Hello, and welcome back. So I am so excited for Path of Exile 2. It's going to be coming out tomorrow. So what we're going to do today is we're just going to plan out what we're going to play, because obviously we're going in fresh. We're going to basically enjoy the first playthrough as blind as we can be when it comes to like the story and like the overall way that the campaign's going to play out. I do want to plan my build a little bit though. So I've been looking at the skills. I've been looking at the ascendancies because I have important decisions to make, right? So this is the kind of stuff that you can't really, I mean, you could go blind on it, but it's better to have a little insight because you're trying to plan out your character so that once you play the game, you can actually enjoy your time in the game instead of being like, oh, my build sucks. What should I do? I'm not going to be looking up any builds. I'm not going to be recommending any specific loadouts or anything. We're just going to kind of workshop what we could play, right? Like what works essentially. And I have no idea when you get these skills. I have no idea what sort of like systems are behind the scenes here. But one thing I do know is Path of Exile 2 is very different than PoE 1. They had this, they basically hired this firm to watch a bunch of people who had never played ARPGs play Path of Exile and see their reaction, see what they struggled with, see what basically clicks for people who don't know this game. Because if you're like me, you know, I've got a lot of hours played in Path of Exile 1. Like if we go to Path of Exile 1, I'm definitely not like one of the most online Path of Exile players, but I have a decent amount of hours. I've played it for 1,836 hours. So I would say that I'm still a noob at this point. Like I'm barely on the cusp of like not being a noob in PoE 1. It's a very time-intensive thing. It takes a lot of understanding. It's very thick, and you have to really wade through like all this information, and it's a lot, honestly. If you're a new player, it's a lot to try and jump into PoE 1. Okay, well, the approach for PoE 2 and why they hired this firm to like basically take a look at the onboarding is they're trying to make it so that the normies, the people who are just like jumping into the game, have no idea what they're doing, they're just picking it up. So that they can understand it and make builds that don't suck and basically have like a fun time playing it. So they've basically made it so that every build works. There are, I think we have 6 starting classes, 2 ascendancies for each one. In the early access, this is all we have access to, but in the full game, I think there's like 26 more ascendancies we're going to have access to, which is kind of insane if you think about it. Just the sheer amount of variety. And they've basically set these up to be very easy to kind of build off of, right? Each ascendancy kind of has like a very obvious thing that you want to do. And I think the approach is pretty good because basically they've made it so that, you know, anyone who's picking up the game should be able to, on their first character, build it without having to look anything up, without having to go on the wiki, without having to search for a build. You know, people are obviously going to do that over time, but I'm just saying like they put a lot of extra work into making it so that you don't just like hit a brick wall instantly whenever you download this game and you boot it up for the first time. And that's appreciated because, you know, I enjoy playing the game and knowing a lot about it, but I also want my friends to play it. It's really hard to convince your friends to play Path of Exile. If you've ever tried to do that, you've ever tried to get someone new into Path of Exile, you know what I'm talking about. Unless the person is like a super min-maxy kind of person, maybe they play World of Warcraft or something. Unless they have that background, it's really hard to like get them to play PoE and get it because it's just so dense. There's so much going on. There's so many intricacies, so many systems, so many interactions. There's all the syntax and the way that the suffixes and the prefixes and the unique affixes, all the stuff on the items, it's all like, it's a lot, right? It's a lot to get into. It's a lot to try and digest. They've tried to make it more simple, more straightforward, and appeal to the masses, right? The average gamer. But we're going to take a look at what we would try to build if we have a concept. So we're going to start from the concept, and then we're going to go from there, expand from that concept, and try to make it work in theory. Obviously, once we play it tomorrow, like we'll find out if it actually works. But the idea is just to start with the concept and try to build off of that and see if we can maybe find something that's broken. You know? Like I said, I don't have the most hours in this game. Like, there's plenty of people who play this game a lot more than I do, but I've got almost 2,000 hours on the original, and I think I have a pretty decent understanding of how video game meta stuff like this works from my time in World of Warcraft. So we're just going to try to flex those brain muscles and do our best. So let's begin by picking an Ascendancy, and we have a lot of choices here. We're just going to pick off of what we kind of like, what appeals to us. What sort of character archetype do you want to play? And you tell me, chat, what would you play if you were doing this for the first time? Do you want to be a big-ass melee guy with a big-ass stick? Do you want to be a caster? Do you want to have a gun or a bow? How about just being the avatar, right? Lots of choices here. Stormweaver? Yeah, Stormweaver looks pretty cool. Stormweaver, honestly, seems interesting. That's the sorcerer one. Yeah, so it's this one right here. So you create like these elemental storms. Here, let's just pull up the PoE to Ascendancies from GGG. Let's like see their video. Yeah, we'll start with just... Did they do a live stream? I'm also going to be a Merc, and I'm probably going to be a Witch Hunter, no lie. That's probably what I'm doing, because I'm pretty excited for the Mercenary. Let's see here. Ball Lightning, Archmage teaser. New Mercenary skills. Yeah, let's watch this one first. So there's like this lightning arrow thing that you can do where you can have like, oh, I guess that's it. Shit. I wanted to get a longer one. I want one where they talk about the Ascendancies here. Let's see. Oh, cluster grenade. Hold on. I want to see how this looks. Dude, that's sick. Just lob a fucking grenade. Oh, man. Dude, I love the explosions. That looks so sick. Yeah, so I actually want to build around a grenader. That's like what I am most excited for, is like lobbing grenades at people. Where is the I think it's further back, right? "13 days ago." Oh wait, hold on. Early access gameplay trailer. Here we go. Hold on, can you hear me? I think the audio isn't coming through. 1 second. Let me fix that real quick. Okay, let's try again. Audio isn't coming through. 1 second. I gotta look into this. Chrome, where are you going? Music. Music is going to line out. Okay, I see the problem. All right. Let's just do this.
Is a thing of beauty, precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs.
So far, it's just like normal sacrifices, but what the fuck was that? This guy is chained to a wall, and there's a laser that just like slices him in half. Suddenly, we just jump shark, right? Because we were on like normal historical times. We were like looking at like normal, I guess, like Aztec sacrifices or whatever. Suddenly, we have this like contraption that's like literally lasering some dude in half. Like, there's like a famous artwork where they have like the slices of the human body. It's like that.
Some have said.
And then suddenly it's like, okay, yeah, this is starting to get pretty intense.
My methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
I like that firewall move too. Do we know if there's a pre-download coming before release? I expect there probably will be. I purchased it today. Ah, yes, dude. I love it.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Just select a new atlas, right? Is the gameplay closer to D4 than PO? Yes. Yeah, that's a great topic. So, I'll let this play out and then I'll talk about it. Silverstone, we'll talk about the skills and the points and all that stuff in just a second too, because I already have kind of, I've been like pre-watching the stuff about mercenary skills, gems, all that stuff. I have a pretty good idea of what I'm going to play, so I'll share that with you.
Those who obsess with death, let them.
Dude, his head was like stuck to the wall there. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, yeah, so on the topic of how the gameplay works, like the overall idea for it, we're just gonna go. I'm gonna put this up while I talk about it. Okay. So when it comes to the actual gameplay of it, GGG has said basically in their interviews, there was a recent interview where they were talking to Korean players, and there was also some other reveals where they talked about this. Also, everyone who did the playtesting, because I've done some research into the reactions, the initial reactions to Mercenary specifically, because I was curious about the gameplay, they all kind of said the same thing. It seems like starting off in Path of Exile 2, the gameplay will be much more like Diablo in the sense that you're setting up combos, right? It isn't like PoE 1 in the sense that you're just running around clicking one button, everything dies and everything explodes. You're just like infinite speed, clicking one button, boom, boom, boom. That's not going to be how it is, at least initially. The idea is that you can make a build like this, but it would take time. It would take investment. You have to build up to it. It's part of the power scaling fantasy of the game, right? So being able to have like a one button run around, just everything blows up kind of build is something that still will be possible. It's just, it comes at a price. It comes at a cost. It's not something you can just initially set up, right? So that's not going to be how the gameplay is initially. It's not going to be how the gameplay is until you figure out how to build it that way. And there will always be a cost to doing that, right? But you would have to basically set up with certain uniques and enough time and investment to get it to be that way. So the intended gameplay is you go in, you set up these combos. So for instance, a combo for Mercenary, right? Let's say I want to do a Mercenary as my first guy. One thing I could do is I could use this thing where I shoot out like a glacial bolt, okay? And it causes there to be like ice whenever I shoot the glacial bolt. Let's see if I can find an example of it. Basically, it's like these ice walls that come up. You can do that, and then you can use a shot that basically blows up the ice and explodes it as like a shotgun. I think it's the fragmentation rounds. And obviously there's other classes too where you can set these combos. Like, for instance, like the melee guy, the big Zugza guy, he can like smash the ground and set up these like spikes and then hit him and blast him. It's kind of the same concept. But that's the idea, is that basically you won't just be like pressing one button the whole time. You're actually using your toolkit together. There's synergy between the abilities, setting up these combos. And then there's also new mechanics that make it also more action oriented. So you've got like a stagger meter on the bosses, which is similar to Diablo, where you can basically push and stun the boss, right? And have a damage amp. And there are mechanics that work around that too. There's also a dodge button, right? So they've really cut down on the amount of movement that every character has. So you're not like dashing around and blinking and stuff. I think there is an item you can get that still makes you blink. Like you can have extra mobility with blink. But they want movement to feel more grounded. So every character has the dodge roll. Obviously, there's stuff you can get that like will change how that works, but you're trying to avoid situations where you get surrounded, right? Like if you get surrounded by mobs in PoE 1, like it's no big deal because everyone has like a blink move, right? So you can just blink out of that shit. But they want it to be a mistake that you made if you let that happen to you, right? Like there is a price that you pay if you get stuck like that. So yes, there is like a background incentive to pressure abilities like this.
All the lessons we learned from PoE 1.
Here, he'll cover it in this video. Let's go ahead and turn this up.
And with the passion from our talented team, we believe Path of Exile 2 is the realization of that dream.
We want to thank you for being on the journey with us so far.
And to think, this is just the beginning.
You can see there is some mobility in these moves, right? Like if we go back here, like you'll see there is mobility, but built into some of the abilities, like right here, this little flip, this is like a disengage, right? Oh, this is the demon witch class. You basically turn into a demon. You have like more fire spells and chaos damage. It's pretty cool. But you also take damage from it. There's another one. Dude, the bosses look awesome. So excited. Yeah, so let's talk about the Ascendancies. So I'm thinking about playing... I can't decide if I want to go Gimli Legionnaire or Witch Hunter here for the Mercenary, but I'm kind of leaning towards Witch Hunter. So for the Gimli, it seems a little bit more... I'll say higher end. Like I feel like I would need to understand the game mechanics better if I were to get into this, because... a lot of it is just like generic pluses in quality and skill level, and also just having more skill slots. And I just don't know what to do with that yet, because I don't know what that means fully, right? Like, I feel like once I understand what I'm doing, I'll probably play Gimli. I think this probably has more potential to be like the best setup, right, for a Mercenary. But initially, since I'm going in not really knowing all this stuff, I will probably err on the side of just like generic bonuses that are easier to comprehend. I will say this, though, for a heroic character, hardcore character, I meant to say. I feel like this one is insane because of this trait right here. Thaumaturgical infusion. Plus max resistance for different colors, and you can just juice that thing up. Max resist is by far the most important thing if you're playing hardcore, like just for your own survival, right? So, like, I feel like you could probably build something really, really watertight with this setup here. But, Yeah, but I'm erring on the side of Witch Hunter. Witch Hunter just has some really awesome stuff in here, and we'll talk about this. Saxman Kyle says, if I buy this, will you show me the ropes? I didn't get into PoE 1, but I'm a big Diablo guy. Yeah, no, I'm going to be streaming it. And we can talk about it too. I mean, if you want to just like copy what I'm doing, that's fine. But I think it's really good if you're starting out, you know, you only get to play it for the first time once. And you shouldn't be, I think your question is maybe, so you're probably thinking about how Path of Exile 1 is, and you're thinking that Path of Exile 2 might be that way, and that's why you're like cautious about it, right? And this is something that is important to know about Path of Exile 2, is that they've tried to remove that barrier of entry that you're worried about by just making the game more beginner friendly. They're trying to make it easier for someone who has never picked up Path of Exile, has never played PoE 1. They're trying to appeal to you. Like, you're the target audience, okay? They got to make me happy too. As someone who's played a bunch of Path of Exile 1, they got to make me happy, but you are the target audience for this. They want this to be a game that appeals more to the masses, right? So they've done a lot of things to try and make it so that someone coming in fresh who's just like, who has no idea what they're doing, has maybe never even played an ARPG before, that they are able to figure it out just by reading the items, just by reading the skills. And I'll tell you this game's logic and the systems on this game are fucking rock solid, okay? If we know anything going into this thing based on the developer, GGG, we know that they are insanely good at systems. They're insanely good at making things consistent. And it even trickles down into the tooltips. The tooltips are very specific. I'll give you a tip. Hold on, let me close the blind because this light is like, I'm getting like blasted by the sun right now. 1 second. Okay. Oh, and welcome back, 39 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, so let's talk about it. So, the words on the tooltips, okay? It's this simple. If you want to know what to build, what you need to do first is read this, okay? So you go and you look at the Ascendancy. Which one do you want to go? Because this is depending on what you choose, right? This is a choice you make, and once you put it in, it's like, that's it, okay? So the first thing you need to do if you're like coming to this blind is just choose a class based on the Ascendancy that you want to go. And it's really simple. All you do is read the tooltip and you think about, okay, what word is being used here a lot? Which word is being underlined? And how do I bolster that move, right? So if it's like, okay, this thing is good. Well, I guess this is a bad example. But let's say, let's look at the Witch, for instance, right? So let's say I want to go Blood Mage. Okay, so as Blood Mage, let's see what we got. These are all choices, by the way. You can only pick up so many of them, but you can basically build it out. So it's like, okay, what can they do? They've got they've got free spell damage leeches life, so that's pretty insane. They also have skills gain base life cost equal to base mana cost. Drinks the blood of your enemies to restore your life, while active enemies you kill have a chance to spawn a life remnant, and critically hitting the target respawns a life remnant. So already we're seeing underlined words: critically hitting and overflow maximum life. Okay, so we already know two things that this is probably good with, right? Critically hitting, so crits, overflow, and then we just go through and we look at what are underlined. Okay, spells, so we do spells, we do crits, we do overflow, we have curses. They make it really easy. You literally just look at the underlined word and you're like, okay, what traits in my tree also use that same word, right? Okay, so gain extra damage is fizz damage. Bleeding magnitude, maybe good with bleeds. Critical damage bonus. Okay, well, if critical damage bonus is a part of this, then critical strike chance is going to be important too, right? So already we're starting to like coalesce a build in our head based on the words that are used, and they are very specific with the words that they use. So if you see the word increased, that means it's like additive. If you see more, that means it's multiplicative. Okay, they're very good with these tooltips, and they're going to be very specific in what they do. So if you see something that says more, that's probably something you want. as opposed to increased, which is maybe something you want, right? But yeah, energy shield, critical strike chance, bleeds, curses, spells, life. This is all what we're trying to think about in the background as we plan this thing out, okay? So my tip for you would be to just pay attention to the underlined word and then just like literally look for that same thing in your tree whenever you're building it out. And just think like, okay, if I can find instances of that word, if it says it does that thing, I just want to boost that thing. They've built the game so that there's like no wrong answer. It's not like PoE 1 where you like have to know all these background things and have like this wealth of knowledge to like build something decent, right? They've literally gone out of their way to remove that weird abstraction from it so that you don't have to be an expert with 2,000 hours to be able to build something yourself. They want everything to work. You can actually pick any Ascendancy and you can make it work because they're all structured this way. And they've reduced the amount of stuff that you get from your tree when it comes to damage by a lot. Like a lot of the tree stuff, in the past you would see stuff like a lot of crit and stuff in there. They're trying to make that harder to get. So stuff like, you know, like for instance in PoE 1, going back to the Blood Mage example, base critical strike hit chance for spells is 15%. In PoE 1, like, that wouldn't really do anything. I feel like this would be a terrible trait. Like, you would never take this trait because you would just, like, get your crit elsewhere. But I think what they're trying to do is make it so that there's less of that floating around elsewhere until, like, you get super, super in-game. I don't know if you're going to be able to build 100% crit anymore. This is just speculation, right? I don't know. It just seems that way. It seems like they're trying to reduce that sort of bloat and have more of the power just come from the synergies between the abilities as opposed to, you know, stacking very specific stats and having very specific tree nodes and all that stuff. It's like they took the good stuff from Lost Ark and D4 and merged it in with a better base system. Yes. And also they're a very competent gaming studio. They're insanely good at what they do. Okay, as someone who has played Path of Exile a lot in the past, it is dense as fuck, but it is also very, very solid. I think if you haven't played it, you gotta try it, man. They're doing such a good job at trying to bring in the people who haven't really messed with this stuff before. This is like a perfect time to get in, honestly. And like, there's a reason why this game is so successful, and it's even though it's free, right? It's a free game. Path of Exile 1 is free, and they just make like so much money. Why? Because they're just really good at the game. They're really good at appealing to what the players want. And like everyone's very passionate about it who likes it. Like anyone who plays Path of Exile is like very passionate about it. And it's because like you don't feel like you're getting scammed in the same way you do with some other game developers where like you might put in infinite passion. You feel like maybe developers aren't on the same page. Maybe they're kind of just phoning in. No. They are like fully committed, man. It is crazy. But yeah, anyway, so for Witch Hunter, is there like sites for builds? No, but I'll tell you what I'm thinking about, Pat. If you want, we can workshop it. So here's what I'm thinking, right? So, okay, I want to go crossbows. So I'm going Mercenary because Mercenary uses crossbows. Crossbows are a new thing. And they have like a reload mechanic. So it's going to be a little rough at the start. Just a little rough. But I think it's going to be really, really solid once you get patched at the first like 20 levels. At least that's what everyone's saying about it. But the crossbows as a weapon, like they have their own skills, right? So basically think about it like this. All the skills are based on the weapon. So if we go over here to PoE skills, I actually have a build I've been working on for this already that I can share with you. I have no idea if this will be good, but I'll just kind of give you the overarching theme here. So you go over here, right? And then, so the way it works is you choose a skill and then you choose secondaries on it. I think YOLO is the best strat, by the way, Pat. I think it's the best strat. But there are like synergies that are pretty obvious, right? Like explosive grenade launcher. Okay. So let's read the tooltip. Fire a bouncing grenade that unleashes a devastating blast when its fuse expires. Okay, what does it look like? Well, we actually have examples of this. We can actually see how this ability looks, so we can kind of make some assumptions based off of that. So all we have to do is go over here. This is the cluster grenade, but we can kind of assume similar thing. right? Pretty solid. Seems pretty cool. Lob a fucking grenade, it explodes. It seems pretty satisfying. It leaves behind like this flame shit. Seems good. Okay, so that was like the cluster shot. I'm looking at the normal explosive grenade launcher. But yeah, so anyways, we'll read the tooltip. It says, fire a bouncing grenade that unleashes a devastating blast when its fuse expires. It says, converts 20% physical damage to fire damage. So already we know fire, we can scale with fire, right? It's doing fire damage. If we scale up our fire damage, we can work with this. Okay, so now that we know that we are dealing fire damage, we can say, okay, well, what else is fire good with, right? Well, obviously ignite. Like, if I can make my fire damage ignite, then, you know, that's just like extra damage. I could spread those ignites. There's also other things I can do with ignite. So already we're thinking, okay, so fire, igniting. We have some physical damage that's going out, maybe not a lot. We also have explosions. Explosions are happening. Okay. And then the words on this tooltip are important at the top. They do this for your benefit. All right. You see how it says AoE projectile duration at the very top there? And it also says attack. Okay. So I'm explaining this because I don't know how many of you watching right now have like never played Path of Exile, but I'm basically going to break it down for you so you can understand how to play this game if you have never played PoE before. All right. Because you don't need to read a guide. You don't need to have this understanding. All you have to do is read the tooltip and know what's important. Going back to the Ascendancy, same concept, okay? Exact same concept. So AoE projectile duration, attack, all right? We know those things. Also fire is in the tooltip. Okay, so that's what we're working with. So it has a cooldown, it has a high amount of damage it deals, and it requires crossbow. So we want to lean into the crossbow thing. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is build the damage up on this thing. Let's go ahead and create a new build. We're just going to do this from scratch. So the first thing we want to do is decide on an ability. There's so many abilities in here that we could scroll forever and never find one. So we're just going to type in crossbow. Because I want to use a crossbow. Like, you know, that's going to be like my main damage. So here's like the main abilities for crossbow. These are all the ones that requires crossbow on them. Okay. Obviously, we can use other abilities if they don't require crossbow, as long as we are able to swap into that weapon, because you can actually wear two different weapons. There's a weapon swap you can do. But let's just stick with crossbow for now. So we've got Glacial Bolt. So Glacial Bolt, load your crossbow with icy bolts that create 2 walls of ice crystals on the impact. So this ability is really neat. Whenever you shoot it, it basically creates like these little ice cones that shoot out of the ground. Those can be used. Like, you can create those objects and you can actually interact with them. So we can use that to kind of build around everything else that we're doing. Let's see if we can find the Mercenary in here. I want to actually show these abilities off. Okay, here we go.
There's not a job out there I won't take, so long as the pay's good and a crossbow can solve it.
I'm just parsing through this so I can see when the abilities happen.
I'll take them all down, one bolt at a time.
When thinking about each new class, we really try to think about how we can make combat feel different from all the others. For the Mercenary, that difference is the crossbow. A crossbow is fundamentally different than a regular bow because it fires instantly instead of needing to be drawn back. This means that you need immediate feedback. Clicking the fire button should make the character shoot instantly, just like in a shooter. As soon as we experienced that, we realized that there are a lot of design lessons to learn from shooters, and so we fully embraced them. In Path of Exile 2, we have crossbows that work like sniper rifles, shotguns, and assault rifles.
So cool.
But in order to really get shooter-like gameplay, we wanted to go further. In Path of Exile 2, we now support WASD movement.
I love that.
You can now walk around in any direction
So good.
independent of aiming.
Love
In fact, if
WASD
this is your
movement.
preferred method of gameplay, you can use it on any class, regardless of what weapon type you're using.
So fucking sick.
You can change between click to move or WASD.
Yeah, the tiers.
at
Yeah, we'll
any
talk about
time.
that.
You can only hold 2 crossbows at a time, but Path of Exile 2 is all about interesting combinations of abilities, and this is where ammo skills come in. This is a burst shot crossbow, and right now I have armor-piercing ammo equipped, which makes it very effective when facing a group of enemies, since most
Hold on, I want to scooch forward a little bit. Oh, here we go.
Potentially even freeze them in place. Once you have some frozen enemies though, you can switch back to armor-piercing. Shooting a frozen enemy with armor-piercing burst shot will explode the ice, doing a huge amount of damage to all nearby enemies.
Okay, so that ice explosion also carries over to the
These grenades take a while to explode,
glacial
so
bolt.
it's a good
1
idea
second.
to pair them with some kind of
Use the grenades. Where's the ice wall thing? I think it's here. Oh, there we go. You see it? Okay, so here's the ability. This is what I was trying to look for. Okay, so this is like a V shape that you get from it, right? If it hits the ground. Also, yes, tiers. So we want to make sure that we have the ability to use the abilities right away, right? Because not all of these are going to be available to us right at the start. You see, requires level. So at the very, very start, we're not going to be able to do all of this stuff. We're going to need to kind of scale it back down. And I think initially we're going to have the, what is it? It's like the fragmenting rounds. I believe it's the fragmenting rounds at the very start. Or is it fragmentation rounds? This one's level 10. Permafrost bolts. Yeah, I mean, at the very, very start, you're just going to basically just be shooting stuff, right? Nothing too crazy. Cluster grenade, obviously super high level. Flash grenade, though. So this is one that's really interesting. And we actually can get access to this fairly early on, based on the tooltip. So flash grenade launcher, attack, AoE, projectile, duration, blinds enemies, more stun buildup, so it can stun. Fuse duration is X amount, so it takes a second to actually go off, and then the explosion radius. Okay. So that's great. So this one seems pretty nice. I definitely plan to use the flash grenade. Seems pretty nice being able to stun. A nice, reliable way to stun bosses, right? Stun can be really useful. There's other stuff we can do with stun, too. It might be fun. And then let's take a look at another thing. Okay, so fragmentation rounds right here. Consumes freeze on enemies to deal 300% more damage. Multiple bolts from one burst can hit the same target, so you can shotgun this thing. Bolts pierce 2 targets, fires 10 bolts per burst. That also seems really great. And if we're using fragmentation rounds, then we definitely want to be freezing enemies, right? Because if we freeze them, then we can deal more damage. So going back to the other bolts, we have a couple different ways we can freeze. So if I type in freeze here, I can see all sorts of different abilities, but we're going to be wanting to look at ice shards and glacial bolts and permafrost rounds, right? So the glacial bolt's a little bit higher level. This one says, load your crossbow with icy bolts that create 2 walls of ice crystals on the impact. I am definitely going to run this as soon as I can. This is the ability we're looking at here in this screenshot where it's like a V shape. Really, really cool. One thing that's even better about the glacial bolt is, and we haven't talked about this yet, but there's the support ones, right? So if I do glacial bolt, for instance, right? Right here, I can add a support. So the supports are like different gems, right? If I go in here and I do fortress, walls created from support skills are created in a circle instead. Okay, so if I take this support and I add it to this gem here, what's going to happen is instead of it being like a V shape, like it is here in the screenshot, it's actually just going to create a full circle. So essentially what we could do is we could drop these circles, create these walls, and then we can use them to basically shotgun the mobs inside. So already we have like something poggers happening here with the combo, right? We're basically setting up this ice wall. We're blowing it down. We don't need the fortress for it, but it's just going to create more walls that we can use. And the fragmentation rounds, since they are like a shotgun effect, multiple bolts can hit the same enemy. If we watch in here, it's probably going to use some, right? It's this ability right here where he shoots it. He can set up these walls, right? And then he can blast the walls like this. Basically hit him with shards of ice.
It's time to face the boss for this area. Let's see how we fare against her with all the skills I've shown you so far.
Oh, this ability right here that causes the heat, definitely going to use this. So you can light up the grenades, makes them more powerful. Oh my god, she's got scissors, dude. That's crazy. Oh my god, that was disgusting. The babies still no? What? Dude, this fight is so bizarre. Yeah, the wall seems so nice for just being able to run around and also dealing with bosses too. Yeah, this gameplay just looks completely like my shit. I mean, obviously this is low level, so it's gonna be a little bit more of a struggle, but oh, now she's mad. Wait, is this a tooltip? Can you actually see it, or is this just an icon? There's also this too. I noticed that. That was like a mechanic. I guess they're making it more clear what's actually happening in combat. That's great. I love the UI changes. Look, yeah, she did an ability there. You can see the ability icon. That's in PoE 1. Wait, it is? I've literally never seen that. The little icons for the abilities. No, for the abilities, not the debuff. Like what she's using.
Mercenary. It feels totally different than anything we've made before. And the skills I've shown you so far.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at your buffs in PoE 1, but it's like there's like a million of them, and it's mostly just like all your charges or like your headhunter buffs. Everything else, it's just like impossible to parse. Just like visual clutter. Anyways. So yeah, let's say that I want to build around, you know, the idea of like doing a grenade, right? So let's see what ability we want to use. Okay, so let's say we want to use... not cluster grenade. Let's say we want to use explosive grenade launcher as like our main damage, yeah? Oh shit, oil grenade launcher. Fire a bouncing grenade that releases a pool of oil and covers nearby enemies in oil after a delay. The oil can be ignited. Cool. Well, if I want to do anything with grenades, I probably want to go rapid fire. Because rapid fire is going to allow me to get a heat mechanic in here. Load your crossbow with a large clip of heavily modified bolts that cause heat to build up on your crossbow before unleashing a stream of flaming bolts that gain fire damage based on your heat. Heat also grants bonus damage to grenades you fire, but dissipates rapidly when not building up. So basically, you have a builder spender kind of idea, right? Because if I rapid shot and I build heat, then I'm using heat as a resource on my grenades. And if we read the tooltip, we can figure out what it actually does here, right? Grenades consume all heat to deal 2 to 2 added fire damage per heat. So if we're not firing off grenades rapid fire, I mean, you know, if we max out our heat, right? It says we can get 11. So based on this tooltip, level 5, that's going to be 2 to 2 added. I'm sure it's going to be variable once we have more levels, but let's just assume, you know, face value here, right? That's just like 22% or 22 more damage on this, right? So that seems pretty nice to pair with this, right? And then, okay, so we can stun. We've got our heat generation. We've got our grenades. So let's say that our explosive grenade launcher is going to do like most of the heavy lifting for our damage, right? I have no idea if that's something you can do, but let's just assume that you can. So attack, AoE, projectile duration. And we're going to want to basically scale into fire here, right? Because we're adding fire damage to this. The heat is adding fire damage. Also, this gets 20% of its physical damage add to fire damage as well. So like it just seems natural that like we'd probably want to do something with fire. So yeah, let's take a look. So the obvious one right away is added fire damage. Now keep in mind, you can only use these supports one time unless your Ascendancy allows for it. So like on the Witch Hunter, we do have this mechanic in here somewhere. Wait, is it Gimling? Oh, here it is. You can use 2 copies of the same support gem in different skills. Yeah, so Jim studded on the Gimling. He can actually use the same support twice, but otherwise, you can't do that. That's not allowed normally. So every support that we pick, we're just like picking it on one ability, and then that's it, right? So added fire damage, support attacks gain 25% of damage as extra fire damage, right? And support skills deal less cold damage. So basically, we're giving up cold and lightning to gain fire, which is fine, because that's kind of what we're doing anyways, right? We're converting physical to fire damage. Okay, so now we look for ways to scale the fire damage up. So if I just type in fire here, I can look at all the supports that mention fire. Remember, this is a skill, not a spell, so we have to keep that in mind as we go. Also, there may be other interactions we care about too, like we were talking about Ignite maybe. We might do Ignite. But one that seems really nice to me is Fiery Death, right? Killing blows from supported skills against ignited enemies have a 60% chance to cause the enemy to explode. If I'm dealing most of my damage with this grenade, it's already exploding. If I get this 60% chance to happen, we already have the explosion of the grenade. If it explodes one mob and that causes another mob to explode, we basically create a chain reaction where everything's just going to blow up. So that seems like something I really want to try out. Seems really cool to be able to like have this thing explode. Also, Culling Strike, right? If we go back over to the tooltip on Witch Hunter, Culling Strikes kill normal enemies if their life is at 30% or below. Magic enemies are killed at 20%, rare at 10, unique at 5. These thresholds are checked before the damage of the hit is applied. That's very important to note. The thresholds are checked before. That means that the hit is actually doing the killing, right? So that means that stuff like the Explode that we just talked about here, Fiery Death, this should still work. So if I call, this just means the threshold for killing enemies, the domino effect has a much lower ceiling to it going off, essentially. Like it's going to be way easier to have like a chain reaction explosion happen here, which is very exciting. So now it's like, okay, so if we're making like a fiery mercenary, we can just kind of like make shit explode. But we need to have Ignite. So the key here is it says against ignited enemies, right? So we have to apply Ignite somewhere. Well, luckily, we have a lot of really easy ways to do that. But let's look at Incendiary Shot. So Incendiary Shot converts 80% of physical damage to fire damage. It knocks enemies back, so it could be used as kind of like a defensive or support or utility, something like that. Multiple bolts from one burst can hit the same target, so this can shotgun, okay? And bolts shatter on impact, dealing damage in a cone, and it fires additional bolts per shot, right? So hits always ignite. That's the key here. Hits always ignite. Okay. Guaranteed ignite from this. We also have the oil grenade launcher. We can cover enemies in oil after delay. The oil can be ignited by burning. I don't know if this counts as ignite. I think it might just be igniting as in the verb igniting, not like the mechanic igniting. So we're going to take Incendiary Shot. So, okay, if we have Incendiary Shot and we shoot something with that, it's going to apply Ignite. 100% chance, right? And now we will be able to benefit from Fiery Death because that enemy will be ignited. So there we go. There's another synergy, right? All we have to do is ignite the enemy and we'll be able to blow them up. Okay, well, let's say that there's like other enemies that join in the fight, right? I want to see if I can get Ignite on more stuff. Maybe I don't want to use this Ignite Incendiary Shot like all the time. I want to be able to kind of like, you know, just like run around and lob grenades. So we have this thing called Proliferation. So Proliferation in PoE is going to be how you spread your status elements usually. So like elemental status is going to be like Shock, you know, Chill, or I guess Freeze, Ignite, stuff like that. There's different versions of it, different flavors, but essentially the idea is like if we use a Proliferate here, we can have it spread. So this says ignites caused by supported spells spread to other enemies within 1.4 yards. So if we ignite something and we have Ignite Prolif, that will spread the ignites. We also have other stuff in here. Immolate. Supported skills cannot ignite. They no longer ignite. However, they gain 30% of damage as fire damage against ignited enemies. Well, that seems pretty good for the grenade, right? Because, I mean, if we're already igniting them because we want to blow them up, then Immolate just gives us 30% of damage as fire damage against them because they're ignited. And so that seems like a winner to me, right? So let's go ahead and add in Immolate in here. Plus you. So we're basically assuming that the explosive grenade launcher, it's not going to ignite, but we're going to make sure that we have the enemy ignited so that we can benefit from Immolate. We can also get the explosion on death, right? That's going to be really nice. And then, yeah, you just kind of like go off of the word, right? Search for the word. So there's other interactions we can find here. Fire exposure. Supported skills inflict fire exposure for 8 seconds on igniting an enemy. Well, that's what we're using to ignite them. So yeah, hell yeah. Let's make them take more damage from fire spells, right? Might as well debuff them while we're applying our ignite buff to them. Might as well just do that. 2 in 1. Okay, so they're going to be taking more fire damage, and now we're also going to be igniting them. The ignite will cause the damage to go up. Also, they'll explode on death. Yeah, we're already cooking here. Very, very basic, right? We haven't really put too much thought into it. We're just reading the words on the tooltips, but already the build is kind of coming together. But let's take it further. So, more ignite stuff. Wildfire ignites. You inflict spread to other enemies that stay within 1.5 meters for 2 seconds. Searing Flame supports any skill that hits enemies, causing inflicted ignites to deal more damage, but hits to deal less damage. So essentially what this is doing is it's making it so the upfront damage is lower, but then the ignite damage is higher. To me, this kind of makes sense. If we're using this ability to apply ignite, we can kind of consider like sacrificing the damage. We're essentially getting rid of some of the damage on the ability, but we're setting this up for the ignite anyways, so it kind of makes sense. I don't know, like, scaling-wise if this will be worth it at all, but, like, it kind of just makes sense to me to, like, build up the ignite. So that's definitely something that we'll strongly consider here. Yeah, so we also have Elemental Discharge. Supports any spell that hits enemies, causing it to consume elemental elements on the hit to trigger an Elemental Discharge. Cannot support these skills and minions. Okay. Not quite sure what they mean by Elemental Discharge. I'm not sure what that terminology means, but apparently this is a way to consume that to get some sort of other bonus. Ignition. Supported spells have a 50% more chance to ignite. So we don't need this one, right? Unless there is some sort of benefit, but like it says on the tooltip for Incendiary Shot, it's guaranteed to ignite, right? So like, I feel like we don't need that, but maybe there's a benefit. I don't know. Also, this one's really interesting. So since we have the Glacial Shot, we have the ability to freeze stuff and chill them, right? Frostfire. Supported skills have 100% more effective ignite against frozen enemies. So if you freeze something, you can put a bigger ignite on them. This supported skills cannot inflict freeze, so you do have to combo it from a different skill. And supported skills consume the freeze from enemies to ignite. So it removes the freeze, it replaces it with ignite. It's an interesting idea. Eternal Flame. Supported skills have 100% increased ignite duration on enemies. Longer lasting ignite. 25% less chance to ignite. I am really curious to know, does this work? So if I have a shot that says hits always ignite, does this supersede the support? Or does this just make it a 75% chance to ignite? I don't know. I don't know how this is going to pan out, but to me, if it somehow gets around that, like this just seems like a no-brainer, right? Like, just put on a longer ignite and have it be stronger as well. But yeah, let's go ahead and spread the ignite. So we'll add proliferation to this. And then, okay, so this is all looking great. Now let's go back to the flash grenade launcher. So flash grenade launcher blinds enemies, also stuns. So there's like really cool stuff we can do with stun. If we type in stun over here, we'll look at the interactions for stun. So number one is overpower. We can just get more stun on it, right? Seems pretty good. Might be overkill. Who knows? Support skills aggravate bleeding on hitting heavily stunned enemies. So like if you have something already stunned, it'll be bleeding it up. We probably wouldn't put rupture on here. We'd put it on something else. Okay, so devastate. Here we go. Support skills fully break armor when inflicting a heavy stun. Boom. Yes, please. Break the armor. Breaking the armor is a new mechanic. Think of it like a debuff, just like everything else. So if you break armor, you can consume that as like a resource. You can consume the heavily broken armor to do other things. There's a lot of different ways we can do that as a mercenary. Right? We can do armor piercing rounds. This also breaks armor. Load your clip with a crossbow with a clip of bolts that can be fired rapidly, break enemy armor. Using the skill also reloads the clip. There's also ways that we can spend it. High velocity rounds. Consumes fully broken armor on enemies to deal 150% more damage. So basically think of this as like the ignite interaction, but just with the broken armor as the debuff, right? Same kind of concept there. But yeah, so if we stun them, we're going to break their armor. Okay, well, let's think about other ways we can kind of scale this up then. What else can we do with this? Armor explosion. Triggers when a supported skill fully breaks enemy's armor. It's going to convert 100% of physical damage to fire damage. And it's an explosion. Okay. So if this ability breaks the armor of the enemy, which the break will happen if we stun. So if we stun an enemy with a heavy stun, it'll break their armor. The armor breaking will cause an explosion. The explosion will deal damage, extra damage here, right? We also have here exploit weakness. Support skills consume fully broken armor to deal 50% more damage. This seems like something I would want on my main spender, right? Because if I break the armor, if I'm constantly breaking the armor of the enemy, I feel like I want to have like a really big hit lined up to consume that. So we're going to put exploit weakness on the grenade launcher. Because essentially this gives us a 50% more multiplier. Which is kind of crazy if you think about it, right? 50% more multiplier on this thing. We're already kind of setting it up so it does a ton of damage, right? Because the explosive grenade is, it's going to get 30% more if they're ignited. 50% more if their armor broke. All right, we're just scaling this thing up. We're getting tons of more multipliers here. And then if we look at more, there's actually other stuff in here that we can do, right? So like splinter, break armor equal to 15% of physical damage dealt by support skill. This is just another way to break the armor, but we're trying to go for the stun as the way to break it. So like maybe that's overkill, who knows? Gain an endurance charge when the support skill fully breaks armor. That seems pretty good, right? Just getting free endurance charges. That's just damage reduction for your character. Seems pretty great. Support skills apply daze when fully breaking armor. I don't know what daze is in PoE 2, but in PoE 1, it's like pretty decent. So yeah, there's definitely some stuff to work with here. We could also look at stuns, right? So it isn't just breaking the armor, it's also doing the stun. Auto reload. Supported skills reload automatically on heavily stunning an enemy. Yo. If this works the way I think it does, this is a crazy way to set up your flash grenade. Because if your flash grenade is constantly stunning shit, like let's say you're just, lobbing it into random mobs around you, every time it breaks armor on the enemy, it's going to reload that shit. The whole thing with crossbows is there's a reload animation that takes a while, right? But if you're auto reloading every time you break the armor, pretty good, right? Pretty good. Do we get multiple shots in the clip though? Let's see. So I think it's just... Okay, I'm not sure if it actually works with grenades, because I think grenades might be different than the ammo. I think the ammo is the reload, and the grenades have like another mechanic. But anyways, just something to think about. And then one thing that's really interesting, another way to scale your ability, if we're looking for the more multiplier, right? We can find other ways to scale up the damage. So like weapon elemental damage, support skills deal 25% more elemental damage. We can also look at stuff like support skills deal 35% more damage. Support skills have increased cooldown, so that makes it longer cooldown but deal more damage. Kind of a big downside for that. Oh, every 5th use of this attack causes 500% more stun buildup. Ruthless? Yeah, let's put that on the flash grenade. Every 5th use of this thing is going to do 5x, right? So essentially, we're increasing the amount of stun this does by like 20% by doing this. And keep in mind, we also have overpowered. Maybe it's overkill. Who knows? Fuck it. Okay, more multipliers, more multipliers. Let's see, where else can we get a really, really good more multiplier? Okay, range combat, we have to be far. 7 meters does 35% more. It falls off at 3.5. I could see this being good, but also it seems like it might be bad in situations where I really need it, right? Like imagine the oh shit moment where you're surrounded by enemies and you need to kill them, and like, you, instead of scaling your damage up in that situation, you're doing 0% extra from this because you're not far away. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's maybe not great. This one's kind of the opposite, right? What about something that's just like always good? So let's see here. During life, additional accuracy, brutality. That would remove the elemental damage. We don't want that. Faster attacks, faster casting, execute. Supports any skills that hits enemies, causing it to deal more damage against enemies on low life. I feel like we're automatically killing enemies at low life, so that's maybe not super useful, but who knows? You know what? This could be an interesting one. Minion Pact. Support skills remove 20% of your maximum health from a nearby minion to deal 20% more damage. So if we have a way to have minions, they're just like always up, and they actually change how minions work in PoE 2. They're like an aura. At least some minions. Some minions you res from corpses, like raise zombie. You get those from raising a corpse or using a power charge. Some minions are an aura where you just have it persistent and you just like reserve the aura, like you used to reserve your mana or your health to like have the, you know, like a buff, and it kind of works like a buff. It reses them automatically. There's also an ability called Unearth, and Unearth is a really new ability. You like shoot out a cone of like spice, and if it hits corpses, it raises up constructs, and the constructs have a limited amount of time that they live because they have very low health pool and they kind of die really quick. But you can have a bunch of them out. So think about it this way, right? If I can have disposable minions, this is another way for me to scale my damage on my grenade launcher basically for free. And if I'm using minions like that, like disposable minions, there might be other things that they could do too that might be useful. So we're going to take minion packs. Fuck it, dude. So we're going to spend our minions as a resource. So now we need to get minions. So we need to have a way to get them, right? Lots of different ways we can get minions. We can have a reserve, like Spirit Reserve. This will have a minion that just like does healing. He revives fallen skeletons. This is more of like if you're going minions, right? He's like a support minion. So we don't really want that. Raging Spirits would be sick, except that it is not useful for our build. So SRS, Summon Raging Spirits. This is like a typical build from the past in PoE 1. Like, you basically have like these flaming skulls, like tons of them, and they just go out and do shit. They're pretty cool. The issue with this for our build is that it says fires area spells to summon the spirit, projectiles from spells summon the spirit. Okay, so here's a pitfall, right? If you don't know what you're doing PoE, you need to understand a spell is not the same as an attack or a skill, right? They're different. So this will not work for my build because it says that they only come from spells. If projectiles from skills worked to summon spirits, this would be insane for us. We could just have infinite fucking spirits, right? It will not work because our abilities are attacks. See? Attack, ammunition, ammunition, attack, ammunition, ammunition. We cannot do this. This will not work. You know what, actually? So if I have so many ammunitions, I feel like maybe I don't want to have as many ammunitions as I have. I feel like it might be better to have more attacks, because if you have to swap your ammunition, it like takes a second to do the swap. Incendiary shot seems really, really nice for applying ignite, but like, what if we could get rapid fire to apply ignite? Because if rapid fire applied ignite, then we wouldn't have to swap from incendiary to rapid fire and back and forth. We'd be heating up our bow at the same time we get our grenade ready. So that way we could just stick with the rapid fire ammunition. Something to think about. Anyways, let's look at minions again. Arsonist. Okay, this guy's pretty cool. You summon a little minion who throws bombs. And he can detonate other minions. So if you're playing a minion build, this seems pretty awesome. You can basically command your minion to just like blow up the other stuff. But it does reserve spirit. So it comes at a high cost, right? It will be automatic, but also not sure if that's what we want. I think Unearth is the way to go here. Let me just scroll through the rest of them. Yeah, reserve spirit. The sniper seems cool too. The sniper can he can fire a gas arrow on command that you can blow up apparently. Yeah, so the zombies, they don't reserve spirit, but you do have to have corpses to get them up. So I could see it being a zombie angle too. I just feel like you're going to spend too much time getting the zombies up. The reason I like the idea of Unearth is because you can kind of just like do it on the fly, right? Raises spikes from bone, or raises spikes of bone from the earth in front of you, damaging enemies. The bones of corpses in the area are ripped out and reassembled into short-lived bone constructs that fight for you. So the way I imagine it is if I'm just fighting mobs and I just killed a pack, like let's say I just threw a grenade at them, right? I just did the grenade, it blows up. If I use my Unearth on that, it should get all those corpses to become constructs. I should have 8 constructs now. So it's going to last 12 seconds. So I would use this every 12 seconds, basically. And it would raise a bunch of little construct guys. And then I can use those as fuel for my explosive grenade launcher. Because anytime I use this ability, it's going to take 20% of my maximum life from one of my minions. It'll probably kill one of them. And it's going to make my ability do more damage. Okay, so what if we also make the minions do more for us, right? Minion instability. Minions from support skills explode when they're reduced to low life, dealing 7% of their life as fire damage to surrounding enemies. That just seems amazing, right? If we're going to have these disposable minions, we might as well have them work for us. So they'll explode on death and deal fire damage. That seems nice. And then we can have other stuff here too, right? We can build it in other ways. What if I want my minions to be tanky? What if I want them to taunt enemies from me? So with the meat shield, this now creates little tanks. These little guys, they will taunt enemies, which will increase the chance that they die because they're going to take damage from the enemy. And they'll be defensive. So they'll basically block for me. That's one way we could take it. We could also just like say that we want them to be aggressive as well. I don't know. I don't know how long these little guys will last. Maybe like I feel like if they die instead, then like I'm not getting the value out of minion packs. So like maybe I wouldn't use meat shield if they're like dying really quick, but maybe there's a benefit, right? Maybe this is good. We'll look at other options though. Okay. Oh, this one's cool. Last Grasp. Minions from support skills die 4 seconds after their life is reduced to 0. So if these guys are disposable, this just gives them 4 extra seconds each. If their base duration is 12 seconds, then what that means is that we're just getting an extra third of that, right? We're getting a 33% more time per minion, and also maybe I could still use the minion pact with this. So this should allow them to stay up longer. And I don't know, maybe mana will be an issue. Can we solve mana with minions too? Well, the answer is of course. Of course we can solve mana with minions. Right? Of course, there's always a way. Recover 50 mana when a minion from support skills dies. Boom, there it is. So we get 50 mana. Let's say that we summon 8 of these guys, right? 400 mana. It only costs 10 mana to use. So now I have a persistent mana regen that's just constantly going because my little homies, they're, you know, they're going out there. They're giving me damage on my explosive grenade launcher. They're restoring my mana. They're blowing up when they die. Maybe they're even tanking for me. Let's add that meat shield back in there. Maybe they're tanking for me as well. Seems like a pretty good deal. Very low cost investment here, right? We're just using one skill. And like, we're not going to, remember, in PoE2, like, you use the supports once per support. So like, all of these minion supports, I would not be using them otherwise, right? If I was a minion guy, I would have to be really careful about which minion supports I use on where, because like, I can only use them once, right? But since I'm focusing on grenades and fire damage, like, this minion stuff is just bonus. I can just use these basically for free. So that's pretty good. Also, we're probably going to want Blasphemy, let's be honest. Blasphemy just seems like a no-brainer, right? Flammability. That's going to be... So if we're doing fire damage, then more than likely we want to curse enemies. So Flammability is basically going to make it so that the enemies around us, they have less fire resistance. That's going to scale our damage up really, really well. We definitely want Flammability. Maybe it's Blasphemy. Maybe it's like Curse on Hit. Maybe it's something else. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, so I think this build would work as a Gemling Legionnaire or as a Witch Hunter. I'm going for Witch Hunter because I want to do the biggest explosions, and I think Culling Strike is gonna synergize really well with the explosions. My idea is I want to go into... I want to have really big hits. And also, this Zealous Inquisition thing is pretty sick too. 10% chance for enemies you kill to explode, dealing 100% of their maximum life as physical damage. Chances doubled against undead and demons. So my idea is like just the maximum explosions. I think it's probably going to be overkill, to be honest with you. I could probably scale back some of the explosions. I was also thinking maybe about going like Herald of Ash for more explosions, but I just don't know if it's going to be overkill or not. I might like just need to invest more in boss damage, right? But the synergy between Culling Strike and having all the explosion on death stuff seems like it would be really, really nice for setting up like chain reactions. You could obviously just go Gemling Legionnaire though. I'm sure that like Gemling Legionnaire will be better once you like min-max it, because you can get more max res, you have additional spell or skill slots, you have additional supports you can use, levels on all your gems, quality on all your gems, inherent bonuses are doubled. Like, there is no way this shit is not broken. This shit will be like, once we have like Path of Building, I guarantee you this shit's gonna be broken once you build it out. So yeah, I'm going Witch Hunter on my first guy, but I'll probably play, if I play hardcore, I would definitely do a Gemling Legionnaire. Once I have a better understanding of the game, this just seems like a no-brainer for hardcore because of the max res stuff. So yeah, so we have our minions. Our minions are trying to tank for us. Who knows if they'll be effective, but in theory, they could give us the mana regen. They also do a little explosion. They're giving us fuel for our explosive grenades, and we're just trying to build up this as high as we can, as much damage on this thing. So we're just getting a 20% more multiplier from having minions. Seems like a pretty good deal. So I'm not sure if I want to go Incendiary Shot for Ignite or if I want to go Rapid Shot for Ignite. I feel like if I could make Rapid Shot work, it might be better. So like if I went like Ignition on the Rapid Shot and I put like, let's say all the supports on here, right? Fire Exposure. I probably would not play Eternal Flame on this. I would, you know, Prolifto for sure. So like let's say that we do, instead of incendiary shot, let's say that we do rapid shot, right? This is going to generate heat. So wait, how does it generate heat? Heat to build up on your crossbow before unleashing this stream of flaming bolts that gain fire damage based on your heat. Large clip of heavily modified bolts that cause heat to build up on your crossbow. Is it on hit? How do we generate heat here? Let's see. Can fire 70 bolts before reloading. Maximum 11 heat. 1 to 2 added fire damage per heat. Requires 7 heat to fire bolts. Grenades consume all heat. If we were to do like additional projectiles on this, would it generate the heat faster? Okay, let's explore this. What if I did rapid? Is there a rapid fire? I guess there's speed, attack speed. Oh, reload speed. This seems pretty good. Yeah, so increase reload speed on this so we can reload it faster because we are going to be burning through this. Mini bolt supported skills deal 1% more damage for each bolt reloaded in the past 6 seconds. How many bolts does this do? It says 70 bolts before reloading. Damn, that's crazy. How many bolts is on this one? 10 bolts per burst. I don't know how many that has. Fragmentation. Yeah, so it's not a shotgun. I think we'll use fragmentation for the shotgun. So maybe we get rid of incendiary shot. Maybe we rely on rapid shot for our ignite. Okay, how do we secure the ignite bag on this thing? Yeah, so we definitely want fire exposure if we're applying ignite with this ability. Let's just go ahead and drop incendiary. Cast on ignite frostbomb just seems like a no-brainer to me too. Because frostbomb is just like so useful. It makes it so that the enemies can't regenerate life. It slows their resistance or regeneration. So frostbomb, chance for hits to be freezing, small chance. Debuff applies 75% reduced life regeneration rate. Cold exposure applies 15% cold resistance. That's not really relevant to us, but it's okay, whatever. Debuff applies 75% reduced energy shield regeneration rate. I feel like for bosses, this is essential. And if we're doing cast on ignite, basically the way that this skill works is it's an aura. So we're reserving spirit on it. It's going to gain energy whenever we ignite. Thank you. Gain 20 energy whenever you ignite. Triggers the socket of the spell and loses all energy upon reaching maximum energy. 10% maximum or 10 maximum energy per 1.13 seconds of base cast time. Okay, so the base cast time is 80 point. And it's doing it per 13. Right? So it's what, 6? So every 6 ignites, it does a frost bomb. I feel like that might work. I misread this. Okay, we gain 20 energy per ignite. Once per skill use. And then it's additional 10 per 1.3. Or per 0.13, I meant. So that's 6 extra. So it's actually so the maximum energy on this is 60 or 70, depending on if it rounds up or not. But let's just assume 60. We gain 20 energy whenever we ignite an enemy with a hit from a skill once per skill use. So all we have to do is ignite them 3 times. 3 enemy ignites or 3 ignites on the same enemy. And it procs. Okay, that's actually way better than I thought it would be. Merc is almost cream backwards? Yes. Yes, that is very true. Good point. Yeah, I took a bite of this this food and I didn't realize it was like blazing hot. Mouth fire. Yeah, so like, oh, how do I secure the ignite bag on this thing though? 50% more chance to ignite. 60% of physical damage to fire damage. Large clip of heavily modified bolts that cause heat to build up on your crossbow before unleashing a stream of flaming bolts. Do they have to be flaming for me to get the ignite, or can they ignite without that? I wonder. Because if I could get ignite from rapid fire, I could build heat, also apply ignite, and then I could launch grenade. That seems pretty poggers. We're definitely going to want to use ignite proliferation on this because we want to spread more ignites. Elemental, no. Invocation. Wait, what does this do? Persistent trigger. Persistent trigger. Fire meta. Okay, while active, this invocation grants energy when you freeze, shock, or ignite an enemy. Using the invocation once sufficient energy is gathered will consume the energy to trigger socketed spells and can trigger them multiple times if it has enough energy. I don't know if this is relevant to us, but it seems interesting. It's a reserve though. We'd probably use this as like another one here, but yeah, we'll just skip over it. Causing ignited enemies to deal more damage, but its hits to deal less damage. So this is higher ignites. Wildfire. Ignites you inflict spread to other enemies that stay within 1.5 meters for 2 seconds. So it's kind of like proliferation. What's the difference here? Ignites caused by supported spells spread to other enemies within 1.4 meters. This one is ignites you inflict spread to other enemies that stay within 1.5 meters for 2 seconds. Oh, it's a tier 2. I don't really understand the tier system. Does anyone in chat know the tier system? Vandervolt with the Twitch Prime, appreciate you. Welcome. Can we install it? No, I don't think we can install it yet. I was trying. Planned release date coming soon. There's no install button yet. So, like, is the idea here that we just, like, can only use the support once, so we need to have other ways to do it? I don't really understand the difference here other than the fact that one is a tier 2. What the fuck does this even mean? PoE 2 tiers? Skills. Damn it, I don't want to, like, search for, like, a tier list. I don't want to see a tier list. I'm trying to see, like, what this terminology means. How would I search this? Support tier? No, god damn it, that's going to show me, like, the packages for buying the game. Ugh! This is one of those cases where, like, it's really hard to do a Google search for it. See, I'm just going to get, like, tier lists. If I do this search, it's all going to be tier lists. I want to know what tier means. Have they explained this, chat? Does anyone in chat know what the fuck this means? Because, like, it's almost an impossible Google search. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this one. Wait, can we also do shock as well? Shock chance? We've got chance to ignite. You would have to do lightning damage though, right? So maybe not. Reload speed, maybe faster attacks on this. Yeah, I think faster attacks. Okay. So, yeah, rapid shot, it applies ignite, faster reload, applies flame exposure if it ignites, spreads ignites if those come out, also attacking fast, generates heat. Heat is spent by the grenade launcher. The grenade launcher, if it hits an enemy with ignite and it kills them, they'll explode. 30% damage multiplier on the ignited enemies. If their armor is broken, 50% more multiplier. If I have a minion, 20% more multiplier. We break armor with the flash grenade launcher. The flash grenade launcher has increased stun buildup from every 5th shot. Also just 80% more overall. 1000% more stun buildup on this ability baseline. Very, very high stun. If we inflict a heavy stun, it fully breaks the armor. Breaking the armor also explodes the target. Deals extra damage when it fully breaks an enemy's armor. The explosive grenade, again, consumes the armor break to deal 50% more damage. So we hit them with the rapid shot. We lob the grenade at them. Boom, it breaks their armor, stuns them. And then we lob the explosive grenade launcher. Let's say it's a rare. So it has enough health to deal with this shit. And then it culling strikes them because we're a Witcher. So once we get them low, boom, culling strike, dead. That should be really, really good for the healthy mobs. What about the shitty mobs, right? Well, if we're building all this, like, fire stuff, we might as well look into Herald of Ash. Kind of just makes sense, right? We're probably going to have extra spirit anyways. So, Herald of Ash, base duration 4 seconds, blast radius 1 meter, burning damage has a 30% chance of overkill damage. Burn surrounding enemies if overkill damage is at least 20% of enemies' maximum life. Buff causes attacks to gain 15% damage as extra fire damage. This is just scaling everything for us. Anything that does fire, good. And extra explosions. We love explosions, chat. All the explosions. Give me every explosion. Give me Zealous Inquisition with Culling Strike. Give me explosions here. Big explosions on the armor. Big explosions on killing ignited enemies. Explosions from Herald of Ash. We are just getting all the fucking explosions. Everything. Explode, 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 explode. Just fucking explode. Okay, where did we get our damage for bosses though? Did we just like stun them and like blast them with a grenade after we ignite them? Is that how we kill a boss? How do we kill bosses? Do we build fragmentation rounds as our boss killer? If we do, I think we want to freeze too. And if we're freezing, then that makes me think about this differently. I don't know. This is a tough choice. Oh, you're building this too? Yeah, what's up? Sushi, how's it going? Or Sashi? Is it enough for bosses? Let's assume it is enough for bosses. This is like a Frostfire build, but for Mercenary. I don't know if I want to dip into the Frost Dome. Maybe it's like a full fire angle. Maybe we like double down on the fire instead of going into Frost at all. Let's take a look. So, where can you find the Ascendancy stuff? Here, I'll link it in the chat. I'm also going to show you another link that's useful. Okay, I want you to know before I show this to you that this is like super deep fried, okay? But apparently we have an idea of the tree. Now here's the issue. This is based off of incomplete data. So like some of this shit is like super hella deep fried. For instance, you'll look over here at this node. This node is called N289. We don't know what it does. All we know is that there's a node here. But some of them we do have information on, right? I can see the tooltips on some of these guys. We don't have everything. So on the Witch Hunter guy, right? Let's just go ahead and socket it in. I know for a fact I want the Culling Strike shit. Like there's no doubt. No doubt in my mind we want this shit. Judge, Jury, Executioner. Hell yeah. Also, 10% chance for enemies you kill to explode and dealing damage. Yes. Give me more explosions. Give me all the explosions. I want every single one of them. Sorcerer's Ward. Barrier that takes elemental damage from hits until depleted. Recharge some seconds after no ward damage taken or depletion. 50% less armor and evasion rating. I don't like that. I don't like that, but maybe it's good. I don't know. What about the military? Concentration. Enemies have maximum concentration equal to 40% of their maximum health. Okay, so like think about it like this. The enemy has 3 concentration bars. One is 60%, one is 20%, and then the last one is there at 0. You probably wouldn't get to the third one. So they have 3 bars, 3 status bars for maximum concentration. Breaking enemy concentration on hit equal to 100% of damage dealt. Enemies regen 10% of their constitution every second if they haven't lost concentration for the past 5 seconds. Okay, so we can break their constitution twice. Think of this as another stun, essentially. So we have to deal 40% of their life in order to break it. Because it's 40%, but it's going to be regenning 10% every second. So let's say 50% of their life breaks their concentration. Okay, let's just assume 50%. And then we have No Mercy. Deal up to 30% more damage on enemies based on their missing concentration. So this is a more multiplier. 30% more damage. Remember, if you haven't played PoE before, the word more is good. You like the word more. If you see more, there's probably, and you can do it easily, it's probably something you want to look at. So if their concentration is 50% of their health and I hit them from the jump, Decimating Strike is going to proc. My first hit is going to do anywhere from 5 to 30% of their life instantly. That is already pushing my constitution. So there's synergy here. I could already have their constitution bar halfway down. I could have it 3/4 of the way down on the first hit. And then I could scale my damage up from that. We could do 30%, up to 30% more damage based on their missing concentration. That sounds really fucking sick. And it's like, it's almost like an interrupt, so it's a little defensive too. So I think these are the ascendancies I want, although I'm open to change. Seems interesting. This one seemed really good initially. But I think it removes passive points. It just allows you to put them on different weapons. I think I'm just going crossbows, so I'm not sure how useful this will be, but I guess we'll wait and see. Okay, so here's the issue. There's a trait on this tree I really want. I have no clue how to fucking get it. Okay? The tree, the ability I want more than anything else is over here. Avatar Fire. How the fuck do I get this trait? Because all the crossbow shit's like down here in the bottom right. How do I make it over here to get Avatar Fire? How is this going to work? We'll have to find a way. Maybe it's not good. Who knows? I kind of want it though. Because if I did that, I could just go like all in on fire. Where are my ignite nodes at? Oh, shit. Oh, man, we gotta get over there, man. We gotta get over here on this left side. We got all these juicy-ass ignite nodes. We got Avatar Fire. More ignite effects over here. This is probably ignite skill. We just don't know yet. I don't think there's any way I'm getting up here. Although, yeah, having faster ignite seems nice, but whatever. We're mainly just using it as a resource, so that's fine. So, like, routing this way definitely seems worth it, but the problem is like, a lot of the stuff we need is over here. So we need a lot of reload speed. Let's do crossbow. So... increase damage with crossbows for each type of ammunition fired in the past 10 seconds. 25% chance for crossbow attacks and not consume bolt. Oh, we need this. We need this trait. Grenades have a 15% chance to activate a second time. Oh, shit! Okay, we need both of these. We absolutely have to have both of these. Okay, so must-haves down here. I want the stuff over here, too. But we gotta have this stuff. We gotta have... This is so insane. What are we playing? Dude, I'm thinking about a mercenary. I want to go a witch hunter. Grenade witch hunter. Yeah, we gotta have this one. This is so pog, dude. Double the grenade. Oh my lord. Okay. Okay, let's get the shit we want. So here. I don't know what these are. Okay. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus. Oh, same story. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't know what this node or this node is, but let's assume this is a grenade node. Okay, let's just work our way backwards. So we gotta have this shit. We gotta have this shit. Is there anything else over here we want? 2% increased damage per 5 of your lowest attribute. 10% increased attributes. Dude, that would actually be crazy with the gym lane. What about this? Converts all evasion rating to armor. Gain 15% maximum life as armor. Whew, that sounds nice. Damage with swords. Yeah, we don't care about that. Herald skills. Oh, wait. 15% reduced reservation Herald skill. 40% reduced damage Herald skills deal. Oh, no. We don't want that. Life leech effects are not removed when unreserved life is filled. 5% reduced maximum life. 50% increased amount of life leech. 50% increased physical damage. Recover 3% of life and mana when you use a war cry. No, we're not doing that. Oh, this one's interesting. 2% maximum fire resistance for every 40 uncapped fire resistance. What? What does that mean? So if you have lower fire, so you'd have to do some sort of conversion, right? Oh, shit. You can wield two-handed axes, maces, and swords in one hand. Double attribute requirement of weapon. Dude, Titan grip. That's sick. Avatar fire. Dude, I really want this. I don't know how to get it, though. There's some really nice stuff on the way. Like, all the stun stuff is really nice. Okay, let's focus on what we're on here. So the culling stuff, we definitely want to, because we're leaning heavy into the culling strike. So we definitely want to get Call to Hordes. Increase culling strike threshold. Definitely want that. So we know we definitely want these. We're going to have to route in here. Increase attack damage against rares or unique enemies. That seems pretty good. Increase chance to afflict elements against rares, unique enemies. Increase accuracy rating against rares, uniques. Increase damage with hits against rares. Yeah, both of these are a no-brainer. I don't know what these are, but they're probably juicy. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Oh, man, we gotta have this stuff. Attack damage penetrates 15% of enemy elemental resistance. Yup. 30% increased chance of ignite. Yup. Gotta have them. Elemental damage with attack skills. Increase elemental damage with attack skills during any flask effect. Yo, these all sound fucking batshit crazy good. Cooldown recovery rate. What sort of cooldowns we got? We got 4 seconds here. 3 seconds here. 5, 10, 22. That's like 1 second off. Increase skill effect duration. Wait, skill effect duration. Skill effect duration. Not sure if that's relevant for us. Sounds pretty good for the other stuff, though. Attack speed and attack speed per enemy in close range. Increase blind effect. I definitely want these. I don't know what the sides are, so we're just going to YOLO it. This sounds really good. I think we want all these. Ooh, life flask per second seems really nice. I know this isn't WoW, but with Shaman, we use Tempest in AoE only when we have Primordial Wave, or we throw it whenever we have it. In AoE, just send Tempest at 10 Maelstrom. Your prio is always Tempest. Unless you're about to Primordial Wave, then you would like set up for that. But otherwise, you're just like sending Tempest. By the way, Tempest and Ascension counts as Chain Lightning if it hits more than one enemy. So it'll make your Wind Strike do Chain Lightning instead whenever you have it. Wait, projectiles have a 30% chance to chain an additional time from terrain. Do I have abilities to chain? Mana Tempest, Lightning Rod. Oh, there is a chaining one. Galvanic Shards. Loads your crossbow with a clip of charged bolts to fire in bursts, releasing chaining lightning beams when they hit enemies. Using the skill reloads the clip. Terrain. Okay. No, let's not do that. I like the advanced munitions. But I need to focus on getting myself out of here. Because I need to figure out how I'm getting here from the start. I know for sure I want all this stuff. I just don't know how I would get here. That's the issue. I don't really know what these skills do either. Because there's a lot missing in here right now. 25% chance for projectiles to pierce enemies within 3-yard distance of you. I mean, that sounds pretty nice. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We gotta get this. We need this grenade shit. Hold on, let's just search for grenade. Oh god. Oh god, we need to get this one too. Oh no. Oh no, how do I get it? Okay. 50% increased grenade duration, grenade skills, fire an additional projectile. Gotta have it. Increase grenade area of effect. Yes, 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 yes. Grenade skills have +1 cooldown use. Yes, all of that. Yes to everything. I am once again wondering how the fuck I connect these. A path is starting to emerge, though. Oh, wow. Yeah, adrenaline rush. Maybe we route through here. 4% increased movement speed if you killed recently? Yes. And then we can route over here to volatile grenades easily. Now we just have to connect over here somehow up. So it could either be this way, adds +1 jewel sockets. Oh, that's just sockets on your tree. Okay. How to connect this one? I feel like this is the easiest way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nodes. Oh, that's rough. 1, 2, 3. 3 nodes this way. Okay, these two are connected. 1, 2, 3 here versus 5 here. I think we take this route. +1 socket, never bad. We can route up through here. So this is now connected. That gives me easy access to all this shit too. I could definitely pick up advanced munitions now. I don't know if I would do this though. It's a little expensive. Increase area of effect for attacks. Oh man, that sounds really nice. I don't know if I can get in there though. Okay, so here, this connects up, this connects up. This connects over, and then to the side, and then down here, we get all this. And we come up here. So now our closest point is here. Knockback distance. Weapon swap speed. Let's go for the knockback. We could go to the right instead, but... because we could actually chain in from this side or from this side. What do we have up here, actually? Projectile damage. Projectiles chain additional time from terrain. Area of effect, cooldown, recovery rate. Life. Inflict ailments. Break 30%. Increase armor on enemies afflicted. Oh, wow. Okay. Shit. Okay, wait, hold on. We need to look at these, though. Stun buildup, freeze buildup, area effect for attacks, pierce an enemy, increase projectile damage. Oh, it's hard. It's hard. How do we know which way? Projectile damage. I feel like I'm gonna want life. I choose life. What about leech? How did we get leech? So the life nodes are kind of sprinkled sporadically in here. What is this? This is life leech. This is fast recovery rate. Is there anything that just gives us life straight up? Life. Reduce life. That's not what we want. Life leeched. Did they just like get rid of all the life in the tree? Honestly, like, I would be okay with that. Oh, guts. That's pretty good. If they just like removed all the life from the tree, that's probably fine. Because you normally just like go for all the life anyways, right? Stun recovery on life, damage recoup this life. Explosive impact, bring enemies you kill have it. Oh, dude. Oh, I want this node, but I don't think there's any way I can get it. Maybe I grab that node with if they still have the incense thing with a neck or something. Boom, get that node. We need attack speed. Okay, so we got some nodes over here. Attack speed. One-handed weapons. No. Full life. No. Mass hysteria. XP over here. Projectile speed 2. Is armor the new health? Defend with 200% of armor against critical hits. Ooh, that's nice. 25% armor applies to fire damage taken from hits. Armor break duration. Oh. Increase damage of enemies with fully broken armor. Oh, that's so good. Oh, dude, there's so much good shit over here, man. Dude, there's so much good shit over here on the left-hand side. I just don't know how we get there. That's really the problem. I just don't know how we activate that skill. Unless we do it with like a unique or something. It's going to be so hard to get over there. Is there a thing for projectiles? I think everything we have counts as a projectile. Yes. Okay. So maybe the angle is we just look at projectile. Hold on. Should damage done to adds on Ulgrix be excluded? Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. 1,000 times yes. Awesome. Yeah, get that shit out of there. Keep the tomb damage, though. Oh, shit. You guys see that? On Warcraft Logs, they're doing a vote. Should damage to Silken Tomb be removed from Mythic? Should damage done to adds on Ulgrix be excluded? It's wild stuff. What kind of talent tree is this? I'm lost. Okay, so this is not the official talent tree. This is just the path and Path of Exile. Like, basically, you just put in one node per level. So like, you wouldn't do this all right away. I'm just trying to see like what the good shit is. So like, I really want to make it down to the bottom. I want to go straight south because I get repeating explosives. That's fucking batshit crazy good. We actually don't know what all these nodes are, right? Some of the nodes are unmarked. See how it says in 485? We don't know what that node says. So this is incomplete data. But what I do know is like the kind of stuff I probably want. So that's going to be stuff like projectiles. I want projectile damage. So like, I think I just route through these guys because I need to find my way to the edge, right? So I think we just route straight through here. Okay, so now we're able to break free. And we're able to rush over to clear space, which is the knock. I don't actually care about that one, but whatever. I do kind of want the speed, though. Speed nodes are over here. Movement speed, movement speed, movement speed. I feel like not going movement speed's kind of trolling, maybe. Oh, it's a tough call, man. I feel like the movement speed shit's really good. But that does put me further from my goals. How do we... Is there a way we could go over here and get, like... this shit? Okay, this is evasion. Don't care. Projectile damage. I think we... Okay, alternatively, we could go like this. This would be going projectile damage here. And then we could go to blur to get movement speed. Double back, pick up the other blur right here. These are all probably movement speed. But then how do we go from here? I'm not sure how to continue from this spot. Okay, what if I routed dual wielding? Is there anything good over here I could route through? Frostfire Arcane it is? Wait, how do you do that? Tell me what Frostfire Arcane means. But yeah, do you understand? So like in Path of Exile, basically imagine it like this is the talent tree. You start from the middle. You have your ascendancies. You can build off of the middle here. So you're like branching out, and like usually the best shit is like on the outside. So like you want to make your way to like the edge, but you want to be efficient on your way out. So you're kind of just like picking nodes that just like appeal to you. So like for me, what I'm trying to do here is look for like projectile damage, attack speed, anything that has to do with ignite or stun, anything for grenades or ammunition. That's what I'm looking for. So like over here, I need to get these skills. So these ones are all connected here. These ones are connected here. This routes back. It goes into here. So we have the increased elements. It comes up. It goes over here to Adrenaline Rush, increased movement speed. We grabbed the volatile grenades. Gotta have that one. We went over here. We picked up increased chance to ignite. Attack damage penetrates enemy elemental resistance. We definitely want that as well. Mental damage with attacks. Yes, we're grabbing these. So this connects over here. This connects up over here to Grenader. Definitely got to get this as soon as possible. So the question is how we get down here, right? We could either go for weapon swap speed or knockback distance. I do have knockback. So I routed through knockback. So now we're here. And really the bottom line is like, how do I get to this point? Because like all of this shit that I clicked here is just like projectile damage. This is all just like very basic, right? But it's really just a question of like, how do I connect to this node? Because like I could go this route where I go right and then down. It's going to be a little bit more costly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I really want the movement speed though. I'm just not sure if it's worth it. I feel like the most obvious answer is just route through here. Right? So just make a break down, rush this node, and then head over here, grab this guy. We can go over here, grab these. We can go down. I think I actually just keep going down at first. I just keep going down all the way down here. And I try to rush for this node. This is only 78 out of 122, so we have like we have plenty more points to spend still. Also, we don't have any idea if any of these nodes are correct. We don't know what the other nodes are going to be either. It's all like rampant speculation. But I do like that there's these grenades nodes in here. I want to use those. I think you either go grenades to do your damage or you go fragmentation rounds. Maybe you could do both. Not sure though. This one seems cool. So the normal grenade has 3 uses. Cluster grenade has 1 use. It's a 10-second cooldown. This one's only 3-second cooldown. This one's also high level. AoE projectile fire duration. Let's look at some of the supports. Maybe we'll get some ideas. Okay, area of effect. Behead. Oh, that sounds really cool. Support strike spells. Okay, you have to have a strike for that. Cold exposure, bleed, blind. Close combat, cold penetration. Concentrate effect, conduction, corpse conservation, giving them a chance to take effect without destroying the corpse. Oh, that's cool. These are just alphabetical, I guess. Hold on. Let's do this. Support gems. Let's just look at all of them. Okay. Brainstorming ideas. Bursting plague. Poison from support skills also. No, we don't fuck with poison. Cannibalism. 4% of life recovered on kill while a support skill is active. 4% of life recovered on kill while a supported skill is active. Not spell, supported skill. Well, skill is active. This is a spell. This is a spell. No, we can't use it. Chaotic Freeze. Enemies taking chaos damage over time from supported spells receive freeze buildup when hit by chaos damage. Huh. Be cool for like the witch. Wait, hold on. Cannibalism supports persistent buff skills. Wait, am I misunderstanding this? It says 4% life recovered on kill while support skill is active. And then if we look at clarity, supports persistent buff skills, causing you to gain increased mana regeneration while the skill is active. Place into a skill support gem socket. Is there a clarity as a skill too? Oh, maybe they changed that. Detonate Dead might be fun too. Spell, attack, ammunition, buff, meta. Maybe anything counts as a skill. War Cry. Infernal Cry performs a war cry, taunting nearby enemies to attack. The use and empower subsequent. Then use and empower subsequent attacks. Consumes all endurance charges. Enemies in the war cry's area are stabilized and will combust on death. Interesting. I mean, a Tempest. Minion. Minion's the other category. Channeling. Raise your shield and block all incoming blockable hits. Blocking too much damage while your shield raised may stagger you. Tempest Bell. This one's a cool one. Build combo by successfully striking enemies with any skill. After building 5 stacks of combo, create a bell that can be hit by your skills, creating a damaging shockwave. Elemental elements applied to the bell cause its shockwaves to deal additional damage of the corresponding type. Requires 4 combo to use, so it's a monk ability. Limit 1 bell. Lose combo if you generate no combo for 8 seconds. Base duration is 6 seconds. Bell is destroyed after 12 hits. Voltaic Mark. Marks the target, making them more susceptible to being shocked. When the marked target dies, a lightning nova erupts from their corpse. Nova does not use your weapon damage, instead uses its own attack damage. When was the release of PoE 2? No, it's not out yet. It's coming out tomorrow. Tomorrow, man. Big day. $22 hours. I'm a first timer here. Should I try it? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. 100 times yes. So I was talking about this at the start of the stream. I'm guessing you probably just joined up, right? So I was going on a rant about this. A lot of players hear Path of Exile and they think, oh, I can't play that. That takes too much time, too much understanding, too much research. It's just like, it's too much, right? It's too hard, or it's daunting to get into. And that is true for PoE 1. It's absolutely true. You're getting into PoE 1, it's like, you gotta like take a fucking PhD course on it. And even then, you may not be an expert. Like for me, right? From my own experience, I have about 1,800 hours on Path of Exile 1, which relatively is not that much. I've got friends who have played this game like 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x that amount of time. Okay? It's not that much. I don't even consider myself to really be that well versed in it. I'm like, depending on the thing, like I'm pretty good at crafting, but like overall, I'd say I'm like kind of a noob still. With like 1,800 hours played. That's PoE 1. PoE 2, completely different approach. Okay? The game developer who makes this game, their name is GGG, okay? They are probably one of the best system designers out there. They are so good at creating systems that it's scary. They're like too good at it, all right? Too good. And they know that. So they're like, you know what? We're overwhelming people. We're going to keep the quality of the systems high. But what we're going to do is we're going to hire an outside firm to come in, look over everything we're doing, and try to make it appeal to people who have never played the game before, and make it so that people can play this game without having to invest so much time and effort into understanding it. Like, how do we, because we're so like wrapped up in this shit, like how do we get the new player? How do we get people who have never played the game before? Like you. So they hired a firm and they literally did all this crazy shit where they actually had... They had focus groups and shit. Like, they literally had new people. They just pulled off street, whatever they paid them. They, like, studied how their facial reactions were and shit. Like, just trying to figure out, like, everything they could do to try and minimize the barrier of entry for the game. And they completely redesigned the game based on that information. So, now it's really, really simple. All you gotta do is make a choice, all right? What class do you want to play? Here, let's watch a video together. This video is by a creator for PoE who's a smaller creator like myself. Definitely make sure that you go and click subscribe or like the video. We're going to link in the chat here. We're going to watch it together. Just going to spam it a bit. Yeah. Give this guy a follow if you haven't already. He makes great content. Relatively small streamer like myself, but also just putting out banger content, banger editing. Love this guy. Okay, we're gonna watch this together.
Give us extra life. He did not forsake us that way. You're smoking that ganj and you're playing on the couch with your dude and you put the controller down to you take a second to think. It's almost like getting more life, except it's not just more life.
All right, listen up. There's only a few days left to learn this lesson. And it may well damn save a core memory for you. It's simple, okay? I just want you to play the game, okay?
Okay. So obviously everyone's been saying this, right? Like, just fucking play the game. Everyone's like, oh, can I get a build for this? Oh, can I do this? I myself am even guilty of this, yeah? Just play it. Here, he'll explain why.
Pick an archetype and ascendancy. Stick with it. Almost anything will work. All you've got to do is read the skill gem. Lean into the words. Read the mechanics. And lean into those too. Whatever the skill gem says, find those words somewhere else. And that's all you've got. It's going to be underlined.
Basically
too.
what I was saying.
And if you hover it, it'll say blah, 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 blah. Does more damage when you do X. Do X, okay?
Do X.
You might want to do that.
Yep.
AoE 2 Ascendancies. Okay, they made
Here they
this
are.
game where you can just pick one, lean into it, and it'll work. It doesn't have to be that deep until we start mapping for thousands of hours. Okay, Titan.
Don't worry about that
Big
part.
weapon, hit, get stunned. Warbringer, slap the totems down. Turn to stone, cry to explode. Stormweaver, you are that chick with the white hair.
Yeah, so this is like the more mage oriented build. You basically have these storms that you do with elements. You put down these like elemental storms and shit. They're really, really cool.
Goes everywhere in the eyes, and you do all the storm stuff. Okay, you get to go crazy. Chronomancer, you reset your big cooldowns.
This one's really cool too. I'm actually thinking about playing this shit.
You
Watch.
get to enjoy some tea while the time is frozen. You get to
You can time freeze. You press the ability, you can literally stop everything. And you can move around in frozen time. This is literally the world. And then you can stop bosses during their mechanics and shit. You can even reset the cooldowns on other abilities, including this time stop too.
relax for a second. Pause a boss move if you gotta. And you get to reset it so you can do it twice. Infernalist becomes a demon, okay? And then what are you doing? You're a demon fire? What do you think you're gonna use? Some fire spells, maybe? Blood mage, you're a vampire, okay? Not the spark.
This is like the minion build if you want to do minions. Yeah, it works on bosses. You can pause time, just bam, and it stops everything for a short period.
Kind, the cool one. You get to crit stuff. You get a ton of crit damage, scaling off your life, and free spell leech. Witch Hunter, shoot.
This is, by the way, this is what I'm playing, or like what I plan to play. Shoot grenades. Yeah, we'll get back to this. Anyways, I need to actually get up too. Be right back. Okay. We're back. Combo finisher. Support skills lose combo if you generate no combo. Deal 50% more damage. Requires 5 combo to use. Oh, okay. Supports melee attacks if you use yourself. Support skills cannot be used until combo has been built. But deal massively more damage. Interesting. Okay, anyways, yeah, so like first you just gotta pick your guy, right? You don't gotta worry too much about the ascendancies, just get the general gist of it, right? So like you can be a monk that does elements, you can do a monk that is a demon monk, you can be a super high-tech mercenary, you can be a mercenary that specializes in kills and explosions and just upfront damage. You can be a fire/chaos wizard lady. You can be a blood magic minion master with crits and life leech and shit built into it. You can be a fucking, I don't even know, just like a guy who runs around, shoots bows. Another guy who runs around and shoots bows, but in a different way. More quick, more honestly, I don't really know what the rangers do other than like shooting bows. I'm not sure what the differences are too much. Maybe one's like poison oriented. For warrior, big guy with a big weapon, and you just fucking smash shit, right? Drop totems, yell a lot, just fucking stun shit with a giant hammer. Stop time, use storms. Those are your options, right? Just, you're building off of a flavor. So you're picking a flavor, and then you build off of it. So I'm picking this one, because you have a gun, and that's awesome. First time they've added guns to this game. So I'm picking Mercenary, I'm probably going Witch Hunter. Okay? That's my strat. Then you got to understand the system. The system is really easy to understand. They've completely overhauled it, so it's very, very easy to get, okay? Basically, there's two kinds of gems. There's skills. Skills you just pick based on the weapon, right? 170 different skills. You can do whatever you want with these, but obviously you need to bring it down to whatever you're building. So if I was a mage, I would probably do spells. Right? So the spells are as follows. There's 67 different spells. All of them do different things. This is the foundation, right? You're building off of this thing. And then you're supporting it. And each skill can have different supports, and you can just mix and match these, but you can only use one support per one skill. Unless you have like something in your Ascendancy that breaks off of that, okay? So the way that this works is you assign the skill, and then you assign the supports to it. And remember, you can only choose the support for one skill, so it's 1 for 1, right? This one goes here. This one goes here. I can't put this one on both of these. Unless I have... Gimling can break that rule, but only with... Yeah, so he can use 2 different copies of the same support gem in different skills. That's really cool. Basically, he can use every support gem twice. That is one of the biggest benefits of this guy. So then you're like, okay, so what's the archetype you want to go for, right? So you tell me, Horse Thief, what archetype is appealing to you of these? We'll build off of whatever you're talking about. So Sorceress, Warrior, Ranger, Witch, Mercenary, Monk. I can show you some gameplay examples too, if you want. Then we can just build off of that. Let's see. You're going to pick whatever I pick. Okay. So you're going to pick Mercenary then. So Mercenary is the dude with a crossbow. He's new. So let's watch the Mercenary gameplay trailer. Okay, here we go.
Armor-piercing ammo, and it will penetrate armor on targets.
There's not a job out there I won't take, so long as the pay's good and a crossbow can solve it. I'll take them all down, one bolt at a time.
When thinking about each new class, we really try to think about how we can make combat feel different from all the others. For the Mercenary, that difference is the crossbow. A crossbow is fundamentally different than a regular bow because it fires instantly instead of needing to be drawn back. This means that you need immediate feedback. Clicking the fire button should make the character shoot instantly, just like in a shooter. As soon as we experienced that, we realized that there are a lot of design lessons to learn from shooters, and so we fully embraced them. In Path of Exile 2, we have crossbows that work like sniper rifles, shotguns, and assault rifles.
Hold on, I want to pause this. Crossbow grants power shot skill. Power shot skill. Rapid shot skill. Power shot, rapid shot. Is power shot. What did they mean by that? Load your crossbow with flaming bolts. Okay, so here's the crossbow abilities. Glacial Bolt. It's ammunition. So you load it in. Load your crossbow with icy bolts that create 2 walls of ice on impact. High velocity rounds. Consume broken armor fresh for damage. Explosive shot. Load your crossbow with flaming bolts that explode on impact. They detonate grenades. Armor piercing rounds. Break armor with it. Ammunition. You load 14 bolts before reloading. Incendiary shot ammunition. Load your crossbow with flaming bolts that fire in a burst, damaging and igniting enemies in a small cone behind the target. Storm blast. Same idea, but with shock instead. It's lightning. Galvanic shards ammunition. Load your crossbow with a clip of charged bolts that fire in burst, releasing chaining lightning. Fragmentation rounds. No, you can have multiple of these. But there is a difference. So some of these are ammunition, some of them are attacks, right? So notice how like the grenades are attacks. The grenades don't have to be loaded, they are a cooldown. So cluster grenade is like your biggest cooldown. This is like a high level skill. It's 10-second cooldown. Okay, so you can have the ammunition already loaded from a different one and you can still use this. Flash grenade, also an attack. You just fire a grenade that blows up, stuns, blinds. Explosive grenade launcher, also an attack. This is what I'm building around. And then rapid shot is ammunition, ice shards is ammunition, permafrost is ammunition, fragmentation bolts or rounds ammunition, galvanic shards ammunition, storm blast ammunition, incendiary ammunition, armor piercing. So like these are all not cooldowns, but they have a reload speed because you have to reload the ammunition. So you want to mix between ammunition and in attacks, essentially. But you don't have to just stick with crossbow. You can use other stuff too. These are just the ones that require crossbow because I have it searched on crossbow. So you can use spells as well. You can also use attacks as long as they don't require a crossbow. Anyways, we'll keep going.
And assault rifles. But in order to really get shooter-like gameplay, we wanted to go further. In Path of Exile 2, we now support WASD movement.
Yes.
You can now walk around in any direction independent of aiming. In fact, if this is your preferred method of gameplay, you can use it on any class, regardless of what weapon type you're using. You can change between click to move or WASD at any time. You can only hold 2 crossbows at a time, but Path of Exile 2 is all about interesting combinations of abilities, and this is where ammo skills come in. This is a burst shot crossbow, and right now I have armor piercing ammo equipped, which makes it very effective when facing a group of enemies, since it pierces right through them.
Bloody horrors!
But there are other ammos too. For a bigger single target, it might be a good idea to switch to Incendiary. The more projectiles hit the target, the stronger the ignite, so you'll want to get up nice, close and personal with this one.
Shotgun.
If you have a bunch of targets running at you, you might want to slow them down. In this case, you could switch to Permafrost Burst Shot. Shooting a bunch of smaller enemies at range will chill them, and potentially even freeze them in place. Once you have some frozen enemies though, you can switch back to Armor Piercing. Shooting a frozen enemy with Armor Piercing Burst Shot will explode the ice, doing a huge amount of damage to all nearby enemies. Another feature crossbows have is attachments. This is a grenade launcher.
Yes.
As you can see, when I equip it, it appears on the underside of the crossbow. These attachments are just like skill gems, so you effectively get extra skill slots.
Yep.
And you can augment these with support gems, just like regular skills.
Fire in the hole!
These grenades take a while to explode, so it's a good idea to pair them with some kind of crowd control, like Permafrost Burst Shot.
I love
We
that
have
shit.
other grenades too though. This attachment is a flash grenade. It does barely any damage, but it does a huge amount of stun. It can be a great opener before you run into combat.
Surprise!
Now, here's another attachment, an oil grenade. Firing one of these grenades coats the ground and nearby enemies in oil. Oil slows enemies down, so it's another useful crowd control mechanic. Now, another thing that oil can do is be set on fire. Any burning enemy or explosion will ignite the oil, causing extra burning damage. One of the problems with burst shot crossbows is that each pellet doesn't do much damage individually. This means that if enemies have armor, then it will be very effective preventing that damage. But thankfully, you can equip an additional crossbow in your second weapon set to deal with the weaknesses of your primary weapon. This is a rapid shot crossbow. Rapid shot is great for closing on enemies because you can shoot while running. In Path of Exile 2, we now have the ability to allow you to use some skills while moving. Being able to create skills like this opens up a lot of new design space and allows us to really increase the pace of combat.
What I want to know is if the attachment for the grenade can be different for each gun or if it's static. And if you do have a grenade attachment, can you still use grenade skills with gems? I don't know.
The armor-piercing version of Rapid Shot slowly erodes a monster's armor. Once the armor is fully broken, you can easily switch back to Burst Shot to deal much more damage.
So keep in mind, the ammunition that we're using can be used with both different types, right? So you've got like a crossbow that does a rapid fire. You've got a crossbow that does a like a shotgun, right? So if I had, let's say, rapid shot in there, in one of them, it's going to be a shotgun approach, right? And then the other one is going to be, actually, I don't know for rapid shot if it can be shotgun, but either way, I would probably have the rapid shot on the machine gun bow. And I would probably have, I think, the fragmentation rounds maybe on a different bow, so like the shotgun, I think. Yeah, anyways. Lots of thoughts.
Grenade?
Oops, wrong one. Here we go.
Being able to run while shooting with Rapid Shot is also great for when you want to perform a fighting retreat.
That'd be great with some frost shots too.
Using permafrost ammo with rapid shot is also useful if you need to retreat.
Yeah.
When you shoot the ground, it creates ice crystals.
That's so
If you
sick.
draw monsters back over these crystals, they explode, chilling the monsters. It's great if you want to set up a safe zone before pulling the next pack. Slowing enemies down can come in handy if you want to use the incendiary version of rapid shot. Using this skill requires that you charge up a little bit before it fires, but as it continues to heat up, it will do more and more damage. It has a really large clip size, so you can just keep firing and firing with it. But the other really useful feature is that when the crossbow is heated up, it adds extra fire damage to any grenade that you launch.
Yep.
Now I've been using explosive grenades here, but it will work equally as well with flash or oil grenades too. If you use it with oil grenades, the oil will catch fire immediately. Another crossbow type that you can find is power shot. This one works just like a classic sniper rifle. Use it with armor-piercing ammo and it will penetrate armor on targets, so it's a good idea to use when something's really tough.
Back down or die!
Now this skill has another interesting interaction with armor break. If an enemy has its armor broken, then your power shot hits a weak spot and does a huge amount of single target damage, with a bunch of extra stun for good measure.
Bullseye!
Yeah, the pairings are really interesting. I kind of like the idea of having a shotgun and the armor piercer. The rapid fire one is really nice because you can run and gun with it. But I don't know which one I would exclude, right? Because you get 2 out of the 3. So you can only use 2 of those. You got shotgun, you've got rapid fire, and you've got the sniper. So yeah, it's going to be tough. I'll have to play it to figure out which one I want to go.
Now, the incendiary version of power shot is more like a rocket launcher. It does a big explosive blast at a distance.
See, that seems sick.
One of the really useful features of this version is that you can explode any grenades that happen to be on the ground.
Really good pairing for grenades. That's why I'm kind of thinking of this one.
This combo also works really well with incendiary rapid shot. I'm going to charge up the heat on my crossbow, shoot out a bunch of grenades, and then start the fireworks with a power shot.
Boom.
The ice version of power shot creates frost walls at a distance. This is great for crowd controlling monsters in tight passages. The wall segments have other uses too. If they get destroyed by monsters, then they will explode, doing a small amount of damage.
Block him in!
The walls
Now,
are
remember
sick.
that burst shot combo with frozen enemies we did earlier? That works with ice walls too. Let's put burst shot back on. Now I can fill up this area with ice walls, then shoot them with armor-piercing burst shot for a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, so you can basically explode the walls yourself. One of the combos that seems really interesting is setting up the ice walls and then basically swapping to the fragmentation and using it as a shotgun to basically explode the ice in AoE, doing damage with it, extra damage. So that's, I think that's a glacial shot. Glacial bolt, yeah. So there's a support for it called Fortress. So instead of it being a V shape, like from where your gun shoots, if you have the Fortress support in there, what it does is it creates walls in a line, causing them to be created in a circle instead. It changes the line into a circle. So basically it creates a whole circle around the mob. So you can like encase it in ice and then start shotgunning into it.
Kill.
God damn it. I keep clicking that one on accident.
Alright, it's time to face the boss for this area. Let's see how we fare against her with all the skills I've shown you so far.
Shall take pleasure in your castration. I'm not letting you anywhere near him. Stay still, the mother! No, 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 no! Oh, my dear child! Your time has come! By the gods! Rapid fire! Children! Eat your fill!
The babies. No. Yeah.
Take this! Piercing shot!
Now she's pissed, dude. She ripped the baby out, called the unwanted. I know, isn't that crazy? It's pretty wild.
Dismember!
Boom.
What is going on in this god's-forsaken city?
And that's the Mercenary. It feels totally different than anything we've made before, and shows you the range of what's possible in Path of Exile 2.
So yeah, that's the idea with the Mercenary. Basically, the mechanics of it seem different than pretty much any of the other classes. That's why, like, the skill planning that I'm doing, I don't know if any of this is even relevant at all. I'm just trying to find the interactions that might be useful together. That'll be in my nightmares for sure. Yeah, dude, this game is like really fucked up. It's really good though. But yeah, there are some things that like I know I want, right? So like cast on Ignite seems like a pretty obvious one, having something that builds around Ignite. I don't know if I can use the flash grenade launcher and the explosive grenade launcher at the same time. I'm not sure if that will work. But if I can use the flash grenade to stun and also to explode their armor. If I can't use the flash grenade, I can use ammunition to break their armor instead. So it's not a huge deal. I can just do that. Otherwise, all good. Yeah, there's crafting in this game. The crafting is unlike any other game you've experienced. It's like, it's honestly, it's really cool. The crafting in this game is really cool. I don't know exactly how PoE 2 crafting is going to work, but in PoE 1, the crafting was as deep as you wanted it to be. It could go all the way to the depths of like just being the crazy, most insane shit where you could like make money just by crafting, which is what I would do. Cause like, that's what I specialized in was being really good at crafting. I would always make a ton of gold crafting. There's actually like no consistent currency though. At least there wasn't in the past. Now I think you have gold. I've seen gold pop up, but like in the past there was no gold. It was just the currency was crafting materials. So like one example of a crafting material is something called a transmutation. If you use that on a regular item, it turns it into a rare item, or a magic item is what it's called. It's a blue item and it gives it random stats. Or maybe that's the, I don't remember the exact name, but anyways, there's like different types of currency. The alchemy currency makes like a rare item. There's also the ones that like change an item that's already made into a different item. But essentially what you're doing with the crafting is there's like different levels to it. So, you know, you have the initial part, which is like setting up the item. Some items have built-in parts of it. I don't know how this is going to translate because honestly, I don't know too much about PoE2 crafting, but in the past, you could basically force certain things on the item. Every item, this is where it gets really complicated. This is, again, I don't know if this is going to translate, but in the past, there was like certain things that item could get based on its level, based on the type of item it was, based on the special properties if it's like a special item, where it would limit its table. And then there was different currencies you could use on the item to get started that would either like guarantee a certain affix or have a higher chance of certain things. And so essentially you would like play this game where you were like kind of like rolling the dice, but with smart ways to basically limit the odds, because you could like block certain suffixes or affixes. Basically it's like the item is broken into two parts. You've got the prefix and the suffix, okay? The prefix has its own table. The suffix has its own table. It can also have a unique ability on it, which is an implicit. And then you would basically do certain things to it to put certain crafting on it and then re-roll it to force certain affix or suffix onto it. And then you could remove the blocker and be able to get more guaranteed rolls. It was really complicated, but it was really interesting. I like it a lot. I like the crafting a lot. But it's a type of crafting that you've never really experienced before in another game probably. But then once you got done with that, there was like a formal crafting table where you could like put an affix on it, like guaranteed. It would cost currency, but you could choose what it was. Usually those were a little weaker than most things, but some of them were pretty good. But yeah, it's very in-depth. We'll have to wait and see what the crafting looks like in PoE 2, but the crafting in this game is top-notch. Okay, I have to get up again, so we're just going to put on another... We'll show the in-game content here.
Sir,
Let this play while I go.
just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack!
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then Dorman. Shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Hmm?
Sullen!
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back will be blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready! I'm ready! It's a man!
No, it's not. Run!
Captain! Captain!
Why are you here? What is this? Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is it?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this livestream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said, my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation.
Nothing in this game is not complicated. They actually made it a lot more simple. I was talking about the old systems in PoE 1 whenever I was describing the crafting system. I don't think it's going to be that way anymore. So a little background, they hired people from outside to like literally simplify the game to make it more beginner friendly. So they've taken a lot of steps to do that. I don't think it's going to be nearly as complicated as it was. You should be able to just pick whatever you want, read tooltips, and be able to just go from there, like on your first playthrough. Obviously, there is going to be optimization. Obviously, there's going to be complicated stuff in the future. But like for your first character, don't do all that. Enjoy it while it lasts, man. Enjoy it, because you only get to play this game blind once, right? So, savor it. Savor it. Read the tooltips. Just try to like experiment with your own stuff. Try to avoid like looking up builds and stuff initially. Just like try to enjoy the idea of interactions. That's why what we've been looking over today is just like exploring interactions. I don't want to know the systems behind everything yet. I don't want to have that understanding yet. That's why I'm just like shooting the shit, trying to figure out, okay, what sounds like it would be good together, and let's just put that together and see if it works, right?
Without sacrifice.
Recoil, looking for the witch? Yeah, me too. Here's the problem, man. I want to play Mercenary, but I also want to play Witch, but I also want to play Sorceress, but I also want to play Warrior, but I also want to play Monk, dude. I'm just like, the only thing I don't want to play right now is like the Hunter. Like, other than that, every class looks awesome to me. Every Ascendancy, every class, fucking all of it looks insane, dude.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must. Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot. But it's been
5 long and arduous years. If you're a fan of this game, and you really have to be dedicated to be a fan of Path of Exile 1, because it was very dense, it was very hard to get into. But if you were able to get past the barrier of entry, if you were able to get a foothold and feel like you weren't completely lost in the first version of the game, you can ask anyone who played that game a lot just how good of a game it is, and they will tell you it's like the best game, right? Like that they just enjoy the shit out of it. It's just the thing that's always held the game back has been the barrier of entry for it. And it seems like, and I really hope that this is true, it seems like they've cracked the code on this. It seems like they've really done a good job at making this game have that ease of access and also the mainstream appeal. And if they're successful with this, which it seems like they have been, they've spent a lot of time. This is a game developer I trust a lot. Like I definitely think that they do like an incredible job. They're incredibly passionate about the game. If they do a good job on this, I mean, this game is going to be insanely good. Cause like, oh my God, dude, if you're playing this for the first time, I'm jealous. Like, also, I'm going to get to play this for the first time, but I'm just saying, like, introducing yourself to Path of Exile for the first time. Like, if you're not used to it, if you've been... Try not to flame too much. Okay. Fuck it, I'll just say it. If you've been playing Diablo 4, like, you're not ready for this. Because Diablo 4 has good gameplay to a point. It has okay systems. It's like, it's all right, you know? It's fun for like a weekend. I enjoy it. Like, I don't want to shit on the game too much. Like, the storyline's pretty good. The abilities are pretty good. I think they do like pretty good things. I'm not necessarily a hater. Like, I actually enjoy the game. But I'm just saying, like, bro, it's like, this is some gourmet shit right here, okay? This is like 5-star Michelin tier, whatever, highest tier, like steak, wine, you know, we're talking like multiple courses, gourmet shit, all you can eat buffet version of it. Okay. And you're used to eating dog food. All right. This is going to fucking blow your mind.
It's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all. So today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the endgame. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
I'm pretty sure this is the character creator right here. I think you choose your character from the people being executed here, and then whichever character you pick, their rope breaks, and then that's how the game starts. I haven't really looked into this. I've literally started looking into this shit like yesterday because I want to be as blind as possible.
And this
but
is
I can't help myself now.
Of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren
Had to break
plains
the
of
seal.
the Mercenary desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the...
Yeah, I played PoE 1. I have, here, I'll show that earlier, but I have 1,800 hours on PoE 1. So that's why, for the past, like, 5 years, I have tried to keep myself as blind as possible to PoE 2, just because I knew if I started looking into it, like, I would just get too excited, and I wanted to wait. So I literally waited until yesterday. 5 years of waiting, dude. I waited until yesterday. I know it's not that much. That's the thing. I'm a noob still. Okay, 1,800 hours is not that much. And in fact, I did not play in the last 4 or 5 leagues. I didn't play at all because I was just wanting to like save all my excitement for PoE 2. I've got friends who have like 20,000 hours played. Trust me, this is not that much. But it's enough to know how good the game is.
Seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them.
Yeah, let's explain the leagues. So I just said that, but I realized that maybe people who are new to this don't really know what it means. So, you know how on D4 they do like this new event where it's like you make a new character and there's like a mechanic to it, and there's like new uniques, new skills, new balancing. They balance things up and down. Then it's like different, right? And you play for like a week, and then you kind of get the gist of it. In Path of Exile, a new league is like, for me personally, like as someone who doesn't play it all that much but still enjoys the game, a league is like 2 or 3 months usually. Sometimes if it's a really good league, if I really like it, I might play it like 6-7 months. But the systems that they introduce with a new league, you could think of it as being comparable to like a WoW expansion. Not in the terms of like new zones and stuff necessarily, because every league is different. Some new leagues will be like they'll introduce a new area or like a new system that's that expansive. But sometimes it's a little bit smaller. So think of it like a major patch for WoW.
The Monk is a fast and furious melee
Either
fighter.
a major patch or an expansion, just depending on like how much is included in the league.
He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2.
This is the first time I'm watching this, by the way. I've not watched this video before. I don't even know how this shit works, to be honest with you. I'm finding out right now.
You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7.
That's cool.
So there's no harm in trying out something new.
I like that.
The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock
I like
the
this
bell,
ability.
which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted
I love
as
that.
you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill options...
Dude, they made melee so much better in this game. Like, this is like literally... In PoE 1, like, I never played melee because you get like locked into animations. You like couldn't turn during melee. There was no dodge roll. Like, it just felt like you were super locked in. And like, I played like a guy who like shatters the ground shit, like an earth shatter kind of guy. Before I've played like a leap slam kind of guy, but like, yeah, this is awesome. Really cool. I might have to play melee guy at some point.
Maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage.
See, they're super lenient to the combos thing. Because in PoE 1, it's like you have like one ability that you like juice up with all sorts of interactions. You just like run around using that ability. That was like the meta is like you just kind of like juice up one thing and then everything else kind of just like works around it. Like it's either auras or like buffs or like cursing things automatically so that like you can just run around while you like press that one ability. But in this game, you'll probably still be able to do the one button stuff once you get like later game and you build around it if you like fully focus your character in on one ability. But the idea is that they want to create multiple layers so that you're having to use different skills. So you have more of like a rotation where it's like, okay, I set this thing up and then I do this other thing that interacts with it. So like, you know, set up the lava and then now my spells deal lava damage. So it's like combos essentially. I like that a lot.
The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge.
Yeah, Shield Charge looks really good.
Towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole...
If I wasn't playing Mercenary, I'd probably have a shield as my like off weapon, because I really like the shield wall, which he just used there, and also the shield charge. Like, here's the shield wall and shield charge.
If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge. So there's a lot more to try, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies.
Oh, hold on, we skip forward.
Indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills.
There's
like
the charge.
Shield Charge.
There's
which
the wall.
allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems.
And you can pair that with the stun, the like 40% reduced stun support. There's a support for this. So like if you did shield charge, right? Yeah, right here, shield charge. You could do over here. There's one that makes your stun less. Unbreakable. 40% more stun threshold while using supported skill. So while you're in that charge, your shield thing will only fill up 60% of what it would fill up normally.
Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
That's so cool.
There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they
Is dungeon group based, dungeon finders and stuff? There are groups you can do, yeah. So the content is procedurally generated, which I know a lot of people hear that word and they think, oh no, that's like a bad thing, right? But they do a really good job on it. It just basically remixes every map. They have like, basically the way it works is, think of it like this. Imagine if you've ever played like a game, like a city player game where you like zone things and then there's like archetypes for like certain areas. It's very smart in how it sets up everything. So like you always have mostly the same stuff happening, right? And then there might be like a random roll for like certain events that occur and it will change, but it essentially it makes it so you can just run the same dungeon like over and over and over again, or like map. Essentially that's how it would work in the end game. You'd just like run the same map over and over again. You could force certain things onto it with certain currencies, but like for the most part you could just keep doing it over and over again, and it didn't really feel like it ever really got stale, unless you were just like really farming a lot. But the way that the in-game will likely work is that you'll have like random enemies in those maps. So it's like you might determine what kind of scenario you're in, but the enemies that are inside might be random, the events inside might be random, and the layout is also somewhat random, right? It's generated based on whatever seed it has whenever it starts. But like that's happening behind the scenes. You don't have to worry about that. It's honestly pretty good. Like they do a really good job with it.
Falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes.
Holy fuck, that's crazy.
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot.
That's so good.
Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies.
I hated that in PoE 1 because like you always wanted to like drop the mana flask, and it was always like painful to do that.
And typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types.
Oh my god, that's so much better, dude. What the fuck? Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus, dude. That's so much better than the old Flash shit. Oh my god, this is such good quality of life. You don't know if you haven't played PoE 1, but like having to keep your immunity flask on, so lame. That's
Having
great.
Trouble with getting
That's
frozen?
beautiful.
Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged,
I guess you can only choose 3 of them though.
It will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt.
Oh, okay.
The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power...
Dude, I'm thinking of like all the annoying things about PoE 1 and they're just like addressing them right away. That's amazing.
...and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade
This is why I'm
launchers.
playing.
But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive
There it
AoE
is. That's the
damage.
combo, dude. That's how I'm going to be leveling.
If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum
shit.
range, so you'll want to prepare your position.
Dude, I haven't
carefully
even looked
before
into
moving in.
artillery ballistas. That's awesome.
There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice.
Yes,
You
dude.
can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her.
And the minions are auras, most of them.
Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit.
Spirit, yes.
This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each
I
time you
love
cast
the
a
Raging
fire
Spirits, dude. I love it. I love it. It's based on spells, dude. Based on area and projectiles. So you automatically, if you have the socket in, you automatically summon them with other stuff. That's so good, dude. Oh my god, not having to cast SRS, just having it synergize with whatever other build I want to play is so fucking sick, dude. Oh my god, I really, really want to play this. I don't know what I'll play first. I think I want to play Mercenary first, but dude, fucking Raging Spirits, which maybe Diabolist or whatever the demon one is, that seems really fun too.
For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die,
Yeah.
so you don't have to worry about resummoning them.
That's so
all the
great.
time. Here, I'm
You can also command the minions to like open up chests and doors and shit for you too, which is crazy. You can there's like commands you can issue the minions depending on which minion it is, and like one of the minions you can command him to like blow up low health minions. The arsonist, he's really cool. I think they're about to talk about him. This commancer, yeah, dude, there's just so many possibilities. It's crazy.
using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of
There it
effect.
is.
If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch
Zombies.
do while her army is at work? Well,
Zombies
she has
and
a range of
specters.
chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental...
Yeah, ritual scepters are in PoE 1, but it's different in the sense that they work with this new spirit resource, right? So it's basically just giving you more reserve mana, essentially, because you aren't reserving your mana anymore.
magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions,
This also
lightning
looks sick.
storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways
Oh,
to
I
build
like
and
that
combo
meteor.
with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it.
That's so cool.
If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it,
Dude, the animation on this, it's like you don't even need MTX for Spark anymore. I love that.
they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this.
That's sick.
The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example,
There's weapon swapping in PoE 1, but it's like something that you really don't really do unless you're like, I don't know, I guess some builds do it, but it's like pretty much you only weapon swapped. You only used the weapon swap feature just to level up gems passively in your second slot, and you just didn't use those weapons. Just used them as like basically generic slots to level up extra gems. All that shit's gone. We don't have to worry about that. It's fucking sick.
you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm.
Yes.
As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes.
Fuck, dude.
Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come.
Yeah, there's like 26
There's one
more
important thing
Ascendancies
to
coming.
mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these
Hold
skills
on, I want to see
on
that
any
crossbow one.
each
Go back.
class. In reality,
Explosive grenade, fragmentation rounds, armor piercing rounds, permafrost bolts. That's the first tier. Second tier, flash grenade, high velocity rounds, incendiary shot. And then it's gas grenade, rapid shot, ice shards, galvanic shards. Rip wire ballistas tier 7. Lightning grenade, explosive shot. Sorry for this glacial shot, glacial bolt. These are both really good. Artillery ballista. Oil grenade, storm blast bolts, hailstorm rounds. What? Storm burst rounds, emergency reload. Siege cascade. What the fuck is that? And then the cluster grenade. Yeah, so like my build, I'm gonna try to build around explosive grenades. But I think early on I'll probably be sticking with like fragmentation rounds to shotgun stuff, and I think once I have access to glacial bolts, I think setting up ice walls with glacial bolts and then breaking them with the fragmentation rounds probably be a pretty good combo.
there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage, or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even
Yo, wait, hold on. He had the bell with the fucking crossbow? Yo, wait. I gotta rewind this shit. That was fucking crazy. Yo, so wait, he's like a monk mercenary.
Practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what
right? He's got like the monk ability with the staff.
kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile
Puts down the bow.
is a game known for build
Fucking
customization,
blast the bow
and
with the
we haven't
machine
even
gun,
scratched
dude.
The surface of what is possible yet.
Okay, that's sick.
So let's talk about support gems.
Yo, what's up? A wizard here?
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between.
Oh, that's so good for new players, man. That's so good. Because you don't have to do any... Okay, so all this was just for nothing then. Because you can just look at the recommended ones. Goddamn.
For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work.
Yeah.
So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best.
Unless you're a gymling. Gymling can use every support gem twice. Boom. Gem studded, baby. That's that good shit.
With each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with
Oh,
your
that's
skill.
so good.
There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact.
Dude, this game is gonna be so fucking good.
Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So,
Don't do
speaking
that
of
on the
builds,
first
let's
playthrough.
talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems.
Yeah, this is where it
the
gets
passive
crazy.
skill tree. Yes, it's
Here's
huge.
the real shit.
There are over 1,500 nodes on there.
Don't get
Now, a
don't
lot
get
of people
overwhelmed.
open the
It's
tree
fine.
and can get a little intimidated at first.
Yeah, don't
but
do that.
Try not to be scared.
One
There
by
are
one.
lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple.
Yes.
Each level, you get 1 point to put into the tree.
The skill tree is crazy, right? We were looking at this earlier. The approach you want to take is you can just YOLO it, okay? You can YOLO it, and that's fine. You'll probably be okay, because they've redesigned the game so you can pretty much just like use your intuition, read the tooltip, lean into the words, just follow what the words say, right? But if you really want to know what's good, just look for the word, right? Search for it. Grenade. I do grenades, right? Let's say I'm a grenade guy, okay? I search for the word grenade. Here's all the instances of grenade. Okay, so I just get all these. And then I just have to connect the paths back to here. And it's like, okay, so I don't know if I'll do exactly this. But what I do know is that I definitely want this node. I definitely want this node. I definitely want anything that does grenade stuff, reduces duration of grenades, gives me an extra grenade charge, makes grenades duplicate. Anything like that. So I'm like, okay, so how do I fucking path down here? And I just want to like mosey through the tree and just find it. I don't care about being 100% optimal. You can change this in the future. This is not set in stone. Okay. There's a cost to it, but it's not too bad. And yeah, on your first playthrough, don't worry too much about it, right? There's going to be people who figure out builds. There's going to be like tools that people use like Path of Building to like figure out the best shit. None of that's going to be available at the start, man. You can only play this game for the first time once. If you want to really enjoy it to the fullest, just like don't follow someone else's guide. Just like fucking just play the game. Read the tooltip. Grenade skills. I use grenades. Grenade skills have 1 additional cooldown use. Probably a pretty good skill for me, right? Pretty achievable. All my grenades are projectiles. All my damage is projectiles. Guess what? Projectile damage? Probably pretty good. They used to have all these life nodes in the tree. Those life nodes are pretty much gone. It used to be a noob trap. Like you could avoid the life nodes and kind of fuck yourself over. That's not really a thing anymore. They've kind of gotten rid of that. So yeah, I don't think there's any wrong answers here. I think they've done a pretty good job of making this not super intense and scary while also keeping it really fun and interesting.
Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character.
So like the monk starts, okay, so the monk starts up here. I want to know where the mercenary starts. I think it's down.
Knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
That's so great. It's gold. You used to have to do like there was a currency you had to use for it that was kind of expensive. Well, not like super expensive, but like if you were a noob and you didn't know like what you're doing early on, you could make mistakes. But it seems like they're doing away with that. Now it's just gold. So yeah, I mean, I imagine like resetting your entire tree would be pretty expensive, but I think you'll be just fine in this.
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt.
That's really good.
And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
That's the one I was just talking about.
This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
Dude, the area of the tree I want to go to so bad, and I don't know how I'll get there. Over here on the on like the melee dude side, bro, there's these crazy ass nodes I want. I have no idea how I'll get here, but like some of this shit is awesome. Like increased damage on fully broken armor. Avatar of Fire would be so insane with my grenade build, I think. So these are like this is like super low res because it's like a screenshot ripped from like a video or some shit. We actually don't know all the nodes actually. Like some of these nodes are unknown to us. Like these, we all know what they are. But this one right here, so like this is a returning node, Avatar of Fire. The big ones with the giant circle around them are all Kiss Curse, okay? So they're all giving you some sort of crazy bonus, but also detrimenting you in another way. So like for instance, Resolute Techniques, this is a pretty standard one. You can no longer be evaded, but you can never crit. So if you double down on like not scaling your crit and instead going into other stuff, you can go into support skills that also make it so you don't crit, and you don't really have that as a loss, right? You can take all of the stuff that you would normally put into having hit chance. Instead, you can just ignore that shit, right? You ignore that shit, you ignore crit, and you scale in other ways. Another example, blood magic. You don't have mana anymore. You only cast your life as mana, right? That was really, really good for situations where you might reserve your entire mana bar, which is not really a thing anymore, but like, just saying, that's another good one. Here's probably the best example of a Kiss Curse, though. Chaos Inoculation. Your maximum life becomes 1, but you're immune to chaos damage. So chaos damage is like really scary, I would say, in this game, because like, you can have this thing called an energy barrier. That's like think of it like, you know, in Halo where you have like a barrier above your health that like absorbs damage and regenerates. You can make builds where you have like this barrier that's like really stacked, and maybe it's like constantly refilling. There's like this town over here, converts all energy shield to mana. Another kind of take on it, right? Kind of opposites. But yeah, like chaos damage goes through your shields. So having chaos inoculation makes it so that basically your shield becomes your health bar, but your life is at 1. But you're immune to chaos damage. So like there's a lot of shit you could do where you could basically cheese this in some way. And you didn't have to worry about like having life and energy shield because chaos damage couldn't go through your energy shield. So it was like a cheap way to kind of like make a really good energy shield build. But yeah, I mean, that was like in PoE 1, right? We all know what lessons will carry over, but there's a lot of shit in here that like does that, right? Unlimited number of summon totems. Totems reserve 100 spirit each, right? Excess life recovery from regeneration is applied to energy shield. Energy shield does not recharge. 30% less critical strike damage bonus when on full life, but more whenever you're at low life. If you're at low life the whole time, pretty good. Yeah, I know. Eldritch Battery, convert all energy shield to mana. Maximum life 1, that would be, you would just die. You cannot do that. Additional curses, Whisper of Doom. There was one league I played with a group, and I was like a curse guy, and I used this. Let's see, resonance. Gain power charges instead of frenzy charges. Oh, I guess yeah, charges are interesting too. So charges, think of them like it's like a buff that could be used as a resource. Power charges in the past did like crit damage and stuff. Frenzy was like movement speed and like attack speed. Endurance was like defensives. It's like resistance and stuff like that. Yeah, so this just like shuffles them. There's like class mechanics that like give you charges. So like in some cases you might want to convert that or like increase the amount of charges you can get. I think there's one over here. Yeah, recovery 5% life for each endurance charge consumed, +1 to maximum endurance charges. So that'd be good if you're like playing like a Warcry thing, because you use those. I think some of the cries, I don't remember the name. It starts with A. One of the cries like does consumes your endurance charges. But yeah, I mean all of them, all the big nodes are like big like gameplay changing things, right? And you got to think about how these things interact with your unique items, because we haven't even talked about uniques, but like also the skills themselves. There's like a lot of interactions, right? Glinting blows. Block chances doubled. You take 50% of damage from blocked hits. Like last league I played, I had the build where I like blocked everything. I like benefits the blocking. So like blocking gave me, I don't remember what it was, but I think it was like made me more defensive. It gave me resources, some other shit. So I took this just so I could like block everything. Elemental Equilibrium is also a really interesting one for if you're playing like a sorceress, because you cycle through different buffs. So like anything that you do that deals fire damage gets rid of fire exposure, but instead puts up lightning exposure. Anything that does cold damage removes cold and puts up fire. Anything that does lightning removes lightning and puts up cold. So you could basically like, as if you're using like a bunch of different elements, this would be like some pretty nice synergy. But if you're using just one element, that would be really bad. So like this trait plus this trait. Oh wait, hold on. This one, Avatar Fire. Exact opposites, right? A lot of opposites in here. Just like we were talking about earlier with the Chaos Inoculation and Eldritch Battery. Like there's a lot of things where it's like things are opposites on the surface. Obviously there's uniques too that will add in extra layers. But yeah, lots of really, really awesome interactions.
In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways.
I like that you can
Attribute
choose.
nodes allow you
It's
to
nice.
pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand,
So cool.
but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Titan's grip, baby.
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets.
That's so
to take
cool.
advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system.
This also works with the Witch Hunter. You have this trait right here, Weapon Master. 20 passive skill points become weapon set skill points. It's good that they clarified on this because I read, because I was looking into this earlier today, I read that people were speculating that this would just give you like 20 extra points, which would be fucking crazy. But I guess it somehow takes away from the overall points. I don't know how that would work though. Is it scaling up with your level? Is it like, is there some sort of benefit to this? Does it like give you a certain amount extra and remove a certain amount depending on where you're at? Like, I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but I could see this node being really insane early on if it somehow nets you extra points, because points are really, like, usually points are a lot of extra damage. So like, just for like reference, right? Like if you're looking at how much damage in PoE 1, which is our frame of reference, that 1 point could give you, it could be like anywhere from like 1 to 4% damage for 1 point. But for like 20 points, instead of being like 1 to 4, it's more like 100% more damage. It could like double your damage if you had like 20 points. So there's like a multiplication happening, right? Like a crazy amount of exponential multiplication, kind of like any ARPG, right? So having a whole lot of extra points is like kind of a fucking big deal, right? Like it can really scale you up big. So I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but I'm really interested to see exactly what this thing does.
You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and
I'm so glad that it shows up on the map now. You don't have to look it up.
others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic,
So 20 points that can be assigned twice? Yeah, I think that's how it works. My understanding is 20 passive points become weapon skill set points. You can have 20 points that you can change on your weapon. So essentially, you could have one weapon, like let's say you're using crossbow as one, that has 20 whole points boosting its damage. So let's say, you know, let's dampen it a little bit, but like using PoE 1 as the example, like let's say the amount of points you have is like giving you, you know, grenade stuff, and it's giving you projectile damage, and it's giving you all this other shit that adds up to, like, let's say it's just like giving you like 80% more damage or something with your crossbow, right? You could then have a staff as well, and the staff could go into this whole other side of things, right? 20 more points into this area, so you get a whole bunch more damage, so it's like more effective. So basically allows you to be more creative in your approach in building your character. This one, to me, just means that you're like infinitely more creative. So if you don't really know what you're doing, maybe avoid this one. But if you know what you're doing, this thing's probably going to be fucking crazy.
Rare and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign...
Let's rewind this a little bit.
Rare items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups. Normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find. And you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a 2nd mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
I don't know how rare Exalts will be, but like, usually, I guess they kind of changed this recently, but like, yeah, usually these ones are kind of expensive, right? So you wouldn't like YOLO those. Maybe while you're leveling up, hold on to those. Maybe don't use them, right? Unless you really feel like you need to. Regals are probably fine to spend, but like, I don't know if I would spend Exalts early on. I'll probably wait until I reach the end game. If you find a mirror, you ever find an item called a mirror, do not use it. Never, ever use a mirror, okay? For everyone who's watching this, who's never played Path of Exile, if this is your first introduction, do not use a mirror. If there's anything else you remember from this conversation, you forget everything else I've said, everything else in the video, just remember this point. Never, ever use a mirror. Just do not use it. Okay? Hold on to that shit. I promise you, if you use a mirror, you will regret it for like the rest of your life. Okay? Just don't do it. When can you pre-download? I think tonight or tomorrow. I don't know. It's not up yet. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, never mind. It's not up yet. It's not up yet. You gotta wait.
One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1.
Oh, really?
So that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough.
I don't know if I believe that.
We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently.
I'm calling a little cap on this, okay? I don't know if I believe that entirely. Like, you say that, GGG. Like, you're enticing me with this, but like, do you really do that? I feel like you don't. I feel like you just scum it all the way to whenever you're at the end game and then you use them. If we're being real, yeah? If we're being real about it, probably don't do that.
As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area...
I mean, we'll see, dude. I'm gonna need to be convinced to use an Exalt on a random fucking rare item I get while leveling.
Crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage.
That's nice.
If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create...
This is borrowing heavy from Diablo, but I fuck with it, dude. Diablo, it may not be a great game for people who really enjoy ARPGs at like a really, really deep level. It's pretty fun as like as an excursion for people who are maybe dipping their toes in ARPGs. But I feel like they did have some really nice beginner-friendly stuff. Some of the concepts from that game were really good to borrow, and this is a good one. I'm glad that they pulled this one.
Items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful.
Good.
Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type.
Oh,
that's a great way to improve.
This is where the gold sink is, baby, right here. The Gamba.
your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also
Well, depending on what level the item can gamba at.
used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other
Wait, hold
thing
on,
you might
hold
want
on.
to
How
use
much
gold
was
for
that? So
experiment
this
with
is
gold and rework it as required. Of skills.
so it's 300 gold to unallocated node. How
Flat
much was
amount
it
of
for the
gold
gamba?
And you'll get it back often. Other vendors offer a gamble.
Okay, so the gamble is 1,300
Pay
for
a
this
flat
item.
amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required.
So it's like
The
4
other thing you might
points.
want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items.
Yo, what the fuck? Hello, what is this, man? Currency exchange, no more vendor recipes? No more trade? Having to trade with bots to get your currency to change? Holy fuck, man. The dream.
With other players on an open market.
It's a
in exchange
fucking
for
auction
small
house.
Gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
Okay, you
Now,
can't
most
buy
gear in
gold.
Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
That's so cool.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your
Love
bow
Quill
attacks
Rain.
into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns.
I want to play this shit, man. This is definitely the one I want to play most. But I want to play Mercenary. I don't know, man. Oh, shit. I don't know what I want to start. It's so hard. It's either Witch Hunter or it's Chronomancer. It's definitely one of these two.
And cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out.
Yeah,
The
Yini.
Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock.
We were looking at this. I have no idea if this will work, but just an idea, right? I don't know if you can take Flash Grenade at the same time you can take Explosive, because I think the launcher is like it's like an offhand thing, or whatever. It's like a quiver kind of thing, but I want to go Explosive Grenades with Ignite. I want them to explode enemies And I want to somehow take advantage of breaking enemies' armor to have it deal. This is like a 50% more multiplier on it. That seems really cool. And paired with the Witch Hunter Culling Strike and Decimating Strike, these two seem really fucking nice with the explosion shit. There's also Zealous Inquisition too, which is another explode node. But like this and having Herald of Ash as well seems really good. Maybe having Rapid Shot or Incendiary Shot to apply ignites in the first place. Maybe having Unearthed. Honestly, I think Unearthed might work in like pretty much every build. Because if you think about it, Unearthed, it doesn't cost Spirit. It summons minions from corpses, which everyone's going to have unless you destroy them. So unless you're destroying the corpses, you have something here, which Explode might destroy them, right? But being able to get mana back from this and also have tanky little minions, and then you can scale up your damage with Minion Pact. Minion Pact, if you have minions, just is a 20% more multiplier on your skills. Obviously, it costs health for the minions, but I'm just saying, like, if they're disposable, like these Unearthed guys, I don't know how Explode will work with summoning minions from corpses. It probably will waste the corpses, so I don't know if it'll actually pan out this way, but there are other options. Like, I don't have to go Unearthed. I could go something else. I could reserve Spirit on, like, Skeletal Warriors or something instead. But yeah, the idea is, like, how do I make the most flashy explosion build? A lot of the skills on that site are outdated. Yeah, I know. This is outdated. This thing is, like, totally cooked. We're just trying to explore options. I know for sure, though, there's some nodes I want, like repeating explosives, really important ammunition stuff. There's this grenade cooldown use. I don't think you can use double grenades. I'm just trying to explore interactions. This is not what I'm actually going. I'm just going to YOLO it, man. But I do want to know the interactions because, like, there's some really cool ones, right? Like, Flash Grenade interacts with stun really well. You got, like, all these extra stun things. You can have stuns break the armor on the enemy. You can have the armor explode whenever you break the stuns. There's really cool fucking interactions here. That's what I'm mainly looking at. This is just me trying to see what different skills do. It's not necessarily trying to put them together necessarily, but I do also like the Glacial Bolt in Fortress. That seems really cool. Creating more ice walls and then maybe using, like, the fragmentation rounds to, like, break the ice walls would be really cool. If I go Ignite, though, I'm probably going to go Frostbomb on Cast on Ignite because I probably need some source of, like, no regen. But yeah, lots of stuff.
With crushing impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With surprising strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With endless munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become
no need for Resolute Strikes.
A Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable
Historically, this is like the labbing build. Just have, like, infinite fucking movement speed.
Concoctions, allowing
or I guess you not necessarily Pathfinder, but, like, taking some of the Pathfinder nodes. I think you went, like, the Ascendant or whatever, the one where you could choose different stuff, but yeah.
Spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
It's like an alchemist.
Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by.
Interesting.
Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion.
That's
the
cool.
Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit.
Oh, that's insane.
With Pyromantic
Soul Link.
Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame.
Yes.
As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon
That's so
form,
cool.
she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon...
Fuck, dude. There's too many classes I want to play. Ah! I want to play Chrono Warden. I want to play this demon shit right here. This demon shit seems awesome. Mercenary seems sick as fuck. Honestly, the fucking Archer, dude. But I have to pick one to start, right? I can't play them all at the same time. I gotta pick one. That's the hard part.
Make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
I can play them all, but I gotta start with one.
She can also become a blood mage.
This shit's cool
master
as
of
fuck too.
life and energy.
I want to go minion build with this for sure.
All blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with
This class has like free crit. You just get like so much crit damage, crit chance. It's just, honestly, it's sick.
Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well.
And
Once you've got a
minions look
significant
awesome in
amount
this
of
game.
life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become
Fucking
an invoker.
Avatar.
With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I Am the Blizzard or I Am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte
Demon
of
monk.
Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well.
You cannot recharge energy shield. Mana leech effects also recover energy shield. Interesting.
Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
Oh, that's cool.
The Mercenary has a job to do.
Oh, here we go.
Which job suits you?
My favorite so
You
far.
might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks.
Boring.
With Zealous Inquisition, your
Yes,
enemies have
now we're
a 10%
talking.
chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky.
Yeah,
This
that
is
shit
great
is sick.
hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots.
This shit seems like the most
Dermatological
technical
Infusion gives you extra
of all the
maximum
classes,
resistances as you sock up more and more support gems.
but very good for hardcore probably.
Adaptive Capability allows you to use any
Because you can get so much defense, right? Like so much defense is baked into this shit. Honestly, like it's kind of sick.
from casting spells. Resistancy will
Here
give
it
you
is.
extra skill slots. Dermatological
Maximum cold resist, maximum fire resist, maximum lightning resist. You can get it just by socking. Wait, they nerfed this. 333. It's 444 now. It already got nerfed. That's funny.
Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes.
That's
While
awesome.
Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes
God,
for
that
the
looks
start
so
of early
sick.
access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Marraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Marraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Marraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed.
This is Contagion they're using.
While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful.
This is purple shit.
Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the djinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run.
Ooh.
One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the djinn and the Marraketh. Trading it with the djinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master.
Yo, he's back! Your boy is back, dude! I love this guy.
For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we will be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly...
It's literally like they took this league mechanic and they just made it into the Ascension trial. That is so interesting.
stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time.
This is just like Ultimatum
Another requires you to escort
Remix.
the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same.
Ultimatum is one of the leagues I played the most. Love that
After
shit.
defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Secondments, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the Endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough Endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2,
Not in
people
Path of
don't feel
Exile,
that
dude.
way. And we
Dude,
actually only changed out of
if people are saying that about the ARPG, I promise you it's not Path of Exile that they're playing.
development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in Endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on Endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face.
To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities.
This debuff is
Depending on which
interesting. What is
combinations
this?
you face, you
Temporal.
might find some serious
Is that temp
challenges.
chains?
There are over 400 monster types and can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over
What is this like gravity effect he has on him? It's like debuffing everything around him. It's some warrior skill.
over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
Essences are back, baby.
For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
Yes, sir.
Rarely,
Love movement
essences
boots.
will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects.
What?
Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining
Waystone.
but it will require you to take on larger challenges.
When's the release? Soon. Less than 24 hours. Have I downloaded it? You can't download it yet. It's not available for download yet. But it'll be available for download, I'm sure, soon. So the countdown is right here. 20 hours, 5 minutes. 20 hours and 5 minutes until the whole thing blows up, and I cannot fucking wait. Holy shit. 5 years in the making, dude. 5 years. Soon. Which version did I buy? I just bought the beginner one. I mean, like, I usually upgrade later, but I always start off with the beginner one and upgrade later. I haven't really spent that much money on PoE, so I wasn't able to just get it for free. I was like, I think I was at like 280. You had to be at like 400 something. I've never really put that much money into this game, to be honest with you. But yeah, we'll see. It's looking pretty good.
There are a
I'm
variety of
excited.
factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more
It's really cool that they're just like giving the game's early access away to people who like spend enough though. I like that. I've got buddies who spent like ridiculous amounts of money on this game. I've never really been into MTX, and like you don't really have to spend that much to get like everything out of it. The only like pay to win in Path of Exile 1 was like getting the stash tabs so you could trade if you wanted to play trade. And I guess some MTX, depending on your build, might be like considered pay to win. But I mean, that's like, it's kind of stretching, to be honest with you. It's not really pay to win at all. People just kind of joke about it.
linear and others more open.
The stash tab
Make
is
sure
kind
you
of pay to win
explore
though.
and think about what makes certain maps good.
But it's just because trading's really good.
As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops.
Okay, I think this is
As you explore the
temporal
endgame world
chains
map, you'll
that's
notice
reading
various
everything.
different biomes, from
They're
snow-capped
slowing down.
mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might
Aw.
find unique maps like Untainted Paradise,
Ooh.
an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You
Beach
may
is
even
back.
find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll
That's
be
cool.
able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit, and invite various NPCs to join you there to create.
Decorate your hideouts as you see fit. Hey, you know what? People are so creative. I'm sure that people have really made some art out of their hideouts. Some really interesting layouts. So let's take a look at some of those. Let's see, PoE hideout. Yeah, let's see like some really good examples of some art people have made from PoE hideouts. Because people are so artistic, right? I'm sure they come up with really. Oh. Yeah, that one's interesting. Dude, some of these I can't show. Straight up. Some of these I literally cannot show on stream. There are some really funny hideouts people make, man. The fucking weeb ones are like the funniest, I swear. I like my hideout in PoE one. I made a really cool looking place, but yeah, there's some of these are not stream safe.
Your own personal.
Is it not open world? No, so like it's not open world, no. It's not like Diablo 4. You travel, there's a map and you go from node to node on the map.
Base of operations. A great
Trust me, it's much better. There's no like annoying zip lines and fucking cliffs and shit.
tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in
What class do I start with? Dude, that's the biggest question. It's so hard to answer that one. I want to start with Mercenary I want to start with Witch. I want to start with Sorceress. I don't know which one. It's going to be one of those three. Right now, if I had to guess, I would say probably leaning towards Mercenary more than Witch and Sorceress, but it's really close. It might just come down to literally a split-second decision. I know Mercenary is a little rough for the first 20 levels. That's what everyone who's tested it has said online. All of the PoE veterans who like went to GGG and like tested the game, they all said that the first 20 levels of Mercenary are a bit rough, but afterwards it feels really good. So yeah, I don't know. Like that definitely weighs on my mind a little bit. Like I definitely want to play Mercenary, but I'm just not sure if it'll be my exact first character. What I also might do is I might make a Sorceress or a Witch initially, and then I might level 2 characters in tandem, one on stream and then one with my real life friends off stream. And then once I get to a certain point, then just like play whichever one I like more.
In the end
I have to wait
game,
and see.
we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep
Breaches
the breach
are great.
open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost.
Oh, you don't have to click them. That's nice. Yeah, so the crazy dopamine is whenever you got like breaches on breaches on breaches and you're just fucking killing infinite mobs. That shit is insane dopamine.
To the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains.
I love that.
In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets.
Juice it up.
In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes.
Interesting.
In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breachstone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
This is like how you speed level in PoE 1 to 100. Breach stones is like the best way.
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader.
Oh, I'm going to be a big PoE
We
2
that are
gamer
one.
tomorrow. Yeah, I'm fucking excited. He's from the trailer. He's going to flick him. Holy shit.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2.
Yeah.
We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself.
Damn.
Rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare.
Okay, this shit looks cool as fuck too. Oh, dude, Mercenary looks so sick at max level.
Debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclass.
Slap.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists.
Ritual.
If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars.
It's so interesting that they've like remixed all the old League mechanics into like base things, like base mechanics of the game. It's very cool.
Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you
They have like all this IP to work off of, I guess.
The altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous.
Even in early access, the game will have so much content. A lot of full release games don't have nearly as much. Yeah. And it seems like, okay, so like, again, I've said this like 5 times in the stream, but like I really trust GGG with what they do because they're a game developer who just like puts insane amounts of passion and quality into the content that they put out. And it's really cool to see that they haven't forgotten the lessons and they're actually like innovating in interesting ways with the content that they've already done in the past. It's like the last, decade of lessons and leagues and all this information has all been remixed and repackaged in a way that's like accessible to new players, and it just kind of works. And that's what they've always been the best at, is like making crazy different systems all work together. Like, it's really hard to describe, but the way that they approached systems in PoE 1 was like mind-blowing. It was like you would see the way that the systems interacted and how well they fit together, and you'd be like, dude, there's no way that they did this. Like, it's crazy how well thought it was. And now they get to start with a fresh slate instead of having to like Frankenstein that shit together. They actually get to just like restart. I think it's going to be incredible. I can't wait.
Ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you'll be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for meta-crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items.
Wait, did they get rid of the launchers? I don't see the grenade launcher UI on this anymore. It's just a crossbow. So maybe they got rid of that, or maybe it's this thing. No, this is an amulet. So I think maybe it is just a skill now. Okay, that's good, because that means that you can probably use different grenades then. That's good to know.
An item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave.
You could do this before, but it was like kind of like a arbitrary process.
Leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets which can be used.
Dude, yeah, WoW needs this. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Yes. 1,000,000 times yes, dude. Oh my god. The systems in WoW is like where I feel like the game always has the most struggle. Like, the combat's good, the content's good. I enjoy playing with friends. Like, everything about it I would say is like pretty great overall, despite like the overwhelming negativity around the game, but the systems have always been shit. And that is like their biggest weakness, is like the systems. And with GGG, it's like, it's crazy because when it comes to systems, they are like god tier. Like, they're just the best in the game. And the game being like making video games. Like, they're just the best at making systems, I swear. Like, no one is better at creating interacting systems than they are. And just like the amount of interactions and ways that you can achieve a goal, there's like a million different ways in PoE 1 you can achieve one goal. Like if your goal is to do this, there's like a best way, there's a second best way, there's a fucking 1000th best way, right? Because there's just like so many different ways to get to the same thing. And it's honestly, it's mind-blowing. And that's why like having a lot of knowledge is really like the most important thing in PoE 1. Like you can do anything as long as you know how to get there, right? If you have that depth of knowledge and breadth as well. It's like, you know, they really designed the shit for like people who are looking for that depth, right? But you don't have to seek that depth. If you don't want to go that deep, like you don't have to. You could stay on the surface level, right? But if you do want to dive in, it's like there's infinite depth to it, and you can just keep going lower and lower and lower and just find crazier and crazier shit.
To specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill.
Oh shit!
This is like gaining an extra passive
yes.
point for free.
Okay, they're bringing this back. I love that.
Attached to your gear.
This is the oils. This used to be shit. I forget the league, but it was like where you had these oils and you put them in there.
Great, because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to
Blight,
get.
yeah, Blight. Yeah, that's right.
Distilled emotions can also be used
That's great, because there's a node I really wanted that's like really far away from the shit I'm looking at. I think it was like over, where was it? There's a node I really, really wanted that was like super north. And I was like, I don't know if I can ever get this. Oh, I think it's this one. Explosive Impact. 15% increase area of effect. Burning enemies you kill have a 5% chance to explode, dealing a tenth of their maximum life as fire damage. That one seemed really good. There's also, I mean, obviously defensive ones, right? There's some really good defensive ones you could probably pick up. That's probably the more reasonable thing to do. But yeah, that's great. Love that. Love that that's back. That gives me, oh wow. Wait, hold on. Oh, that's spell. Never mind. Yeah, this doesn't include all of them. I'll just wait. I don't want to waste time digging through that.
Your in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your in-game maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree.
Expedition.
Next up, we have Expedition.
I love this one too.
Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible.
Wait, is this Expedition or is it... I thought it was the one where you do the temple. Maybe I'm... Oh, that was Inquisition. I'm mixing up the two. Yeah, I'm lukewarm on this one. Let's see what they tell us.
There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts.
Explodition? That's right. Actually, this would be
Also
sick with the
find
grenades.
remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful.
Temple's
but also
incursion.
more rewarding.
Okay. Inquisition, incursion. Yeah. Okay. I get it. Double Vol, dude. Never fails.
Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic.
I wonder if
You can
there's
also
Vol
find
orbs.
tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site.
Oh, they've confirmed them? Okay.
Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants.
Holy.
But be careful. Many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate
Oh, is this
caches,
Abyssal?
But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the endgame systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Marraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics.
This looks like Diablo? No, Diablo looks like this.
Relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and...
Hold on, let me give you the link. Now that if you have any interest in Diablo, you need to play this game. It's coming out tomorrow. It's called Path of Exile 2. If you've ever heard the name Path of Exile and you're like, oh, that game's too hard. Oh, that game's too complicated. Oh, I'm scared of that game because it's too much. Don't worry. Path of Exile 2, they've like focus grouped this shit, man. They've like literally min-maxed the ability to get new players in. I am not being sponsored by them. I know it might sound like I am because I'm so positive about it. I promise you, I'm not being paid by them. I would love to. If they want to pay me, that'd be fucking awesome because I believe in them 100%. But yeah, I'm doing this shit for free because this game is so sick. Like in Path of Exile 2, it is everything about PoE 1 that's great with all the nice quality of life improvements and all of the onboarding that allows new players to kind of get it early on with improved systems, improved combat, improved everything. This is a game that I've been hyped about for 5 years, and I've purposefully kept myself in the dark for it. And I've even stopped playing PoE 1 in anticipation of this game. I haven't played it in like a year because I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to min-max how happy I am when this game comes out. But the seal's been broken. Yesterday, I couldn't contain myself anymore. I finally had to break the seal and start looking at the content. So here we are.
Powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run.
Holy shit.
The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val
there's a Val orb.
such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your...
These are the funniest fucking items in the game because like, every item that you get in the game can be like crazy min-max to the point where it has like all the best stats for whatever your build is, which will literally just depend on whatever you're playing, right? But like, the orbs themselves have like different outcomes, so you can corrupt an item. Best outcome is it just like gives it an implicit, usually, but there's other things it can do too, like it can re-roll everything about the item. It can literally change it into a different item. It can brick the item. There's also a possibility the item just disappears. It just fucking deletes the item. It could change the color of the sockets back in the day, whenever that was a thing. I mean, there are like all sorts of weird, crazy shit it could do. It could raise the quality or like the level past where it could normally go if it was like a skill gem, something like that. Even on some armor and stuff. It was hilarious because you could have like perfect armor and then you could like, but it was never perfect until you vault it. Like you had to vault it to make it like 100% perfect. So these are always so fun because once you get to the super end game, it's like, okay, all right, we can take one step further. Are we willing to do it? Just send that shit, see what happens, right? The ultimate gamba.
Craft, but it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Val Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Val Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also...
With uniques, it's pretty good to do because depending on the unique, like they always have like the same stuff. It's just the amount that they have most of the time. I mean, obviously there's exceptions to that, but like most uniques are like a set template, and then it just rolls like how much, like the range for each skill or whatever. But like volleying the uniques is really nice because like you kind of can like buy a bunch of them and then, you know, just fucking roll the dice, just vol a bunch of them and see what happens.
Occasionally offer you soul cores.
And the fact that you don't have to link the sockets on them anymore is huge because before it was like if I wanted to vol a bunch of like, let's say chests or something like that or weapons, like I'd first have to 6-link them and then I would have to vol them, and 6-linking is just gone.
Originally formed by Chaos, the Val sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption.
That's cool.
Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
It's kind of cute.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi.
Oh, that's...
Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with two powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin, or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vile supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vile and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vile weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vile did. Thaumaturge of the Vile supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vile Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out in return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power, enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
This is so extra.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of Exile's past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them.
Dude, no way.
Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and
Ain't no way
navigate as
you're
you
using
choose.
that.
Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game
Holy
maps,
fuck.
but it also comes with a throne you
Oh
can sit on
my
to
God.
oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin,
Oh,
the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history, the battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely.
wait. So it's just basically giving you flavor text on the item. So this is like a community driven thing where you can get like a sparkly version of an item with different flavor text. Am I understanding this correctly?
Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access.
Okay.
Once classes that use those weapon types
This
are
is
added,
PoE 1,
those
by the way.
microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Holy fuck. Banger video. That was an hour long. I feel like it wasn't even an hour. I feel like we were just enjoying our time here. So that was the in-game content reveal. So is this from Alive? The time of the start for this? Yeah, so it's like in 20 hours, or maybe it's 19 hours now. Hold on. PoE 2 start, or countdown. Here's the countdown. 19 hours, 24 minutes. Yeah. Okay, important PSA. We started this video earlier. This is for everyone looking for a build, okay? This is a very important service announcement for you. If you're looking for a build, here's the video. Please support the creator of this. This is Tripolar Bear's video. Be sure to go like the video. Subscribe as well. He makes great content. I'm a fan of this content creator and his editing and videos and all that stuff. So we're going to show it off here, but be sure to show some love. All right, let's get it.
God did not give us extra life. He did not forsake us that way. You're smoking that ganj, and you're playing on the couch with your dude, and you put the controller down to you take a second to think. It's almost like getting more life, except it's not just more life.
All right, listen up. There's only a few days left to learn this lesson.
1 day left.
And it may
Less than a day
well
left.
damn save a core memory for you. It's simple, okay? I just want you to play the game, okay? Pick an archetype, an ascendancy. Stick with it. Almost anything will work. All you've got to do is read the skill gem. Lean into the words. Read the mechanics. And lean into those too. Whatever the skill gem says, find those words somewhere else. And that's all you've got. It's going to be underlined too. And if you hover it, it'll say blah, 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 blah. Does more damage when you do X. Do X, okay? Do it. You might want to do that. PoE 2 Ascendancies. Okay, they made this game where you can just pick one, lean into it, and it'll work. It doesn't have to be that deep until we start mapping for thousands of hours.
Don't worry about that.
Titan, big weapon, hit, get stun. Warbringer, slap the totems down. Turn to stone, cry to explode. Stormweaver, you are that chick with the white hair that goes everywhere and the eyes, and you do all the storm stuff, okay? You get to go crazy. Chronomancer, you reset your big
So
cooldowns, and you get to enjoy some tea while time is frozen. You get to relax for a second. Pause a boss move if you gotta. And you get to reset it so you can do it twice. Infernalist becomes just a demon, okay? And then what are you doing? You're a demon fire? What do you think you're gonna use? Some fire spells, maybe? Blood mage, you're a vampire, okay? Not the sparkly kind, the cool one. You get to crit stuff. You get a ton of crit damage, scaling off your life. And free spell leech. Witch Hunter, shoot grenades, kill demons bigly.
Yes.
Gemling Legionnaire, use every single button on your MMO mouse. Invoker, you are the avatar, the airbender, master all elements. Actually, that's actually really cool. You're the avatar, just run around, kick stuff, and shoot the things out of your feet or whatever. Deadeye, hold on. What is a Deadeye gonna do? I feel like really just shoot shit with a bow, right? There's gonna be a thing that says, does something with another thing. And you'll probably do that. You'll probably do that. And Acolyte of Cheula. This one's actually so cool. It's actually so cool. You're a demon.
I love this bell
purple
ability too.
Power. Okay, big chaos damage. You're like a Hexblade if you play D&D, except minus the blade, plus some fists. Okay, don't think about it too much. If it sounds cool, do it. Pathfinder. I have no clue. I haven't seen anybody say they want to do Pathfinder stuff. I have no idea what Pathfinder does other than poison. So guess what the fuck you're gonna do? Don't go in with a guide, okay? That's the way God intended. God did not give us extra life. He did not forsake us that way. Go in raw, no protection, no walkthroughs, no wiki walkthroughs with step-by-step points. Okay, I'm on max roll. Okay, I love the step-by-step guides. I eat that shit up. But not for your first playthrough.
Yeah,
Not
can only
for
do
the
it once.
first run, okay? Just play the game, you dork. They literally have recreated the game. They hired some weird Los Angeles agency that pulls normies off the street with no game experience just to analyze the faces they make while playing the game. If you understand the words life, combo, skills, bosses, you're gonna be all right, buddy. These motherfuckers even developed a secret catch-up mechanic for noobs based on player behavior, okay?
I have no idea
they
what that is.
understand that veterans, we've been around the block. We've been running to doorways every 3 months for 10 years now, okay? We interact with the game so wildly different than the little newbies will when they log in, how you will when you're smoking that ganj and you're playing on the couch with your dude and you put the controller down to eat some of the pizza and get a drink and then he goes to the bed, okay? They got you. Okay, us, when we play, we're cutting all the fat out. We are traveling from point A to point B, and we know where point A and point B are, and we're going in a straight line. But you're a little newbie ass. You're hitting every dead end. You're finding every little side boss, and you know what's gonna happen? They know that, okay? They know how you play. They've analyzed how people play, okay? At the end of that dead end, a chest of riches. When you find that boss, he might drop you something special, give you some resistance, maybe even a nice little weapon for you. While we're out there struggling our ass off to kill the executioner, you're prancing around in Daisy Land with your new bow. So maybe slow down, rob a few graves, get some extra jewelry. I mean, these things they've placed for you so meticulously to not break your immersion with some glowing circle and big arrow and saying, you might want to check out our new early access set gear to give you the bonus you need to conquer the Atlas. No, dude, just play the game, kill monsters, and click the chests. Okay? Okay, wondering what to get on gear? Probably life, right? Have you played a video game before?
Yeah.
You know, the life can't hit
Can't
zero,
get it really
right?
in your
if
nodes
you get more
anymore.
of it, you can't die. Resistance helps you take less damage. That's another pretty good thing, right? Like if you take a second to think, it's almost like getting more life, except it's not just more life. Hey, what does your build need? What are you looking for? You want some damage? Get some damage on the tree. You want to die less? Find the die less stats for your character and get those. You want to solve your mana? Okay, only melee gets to solve mana. Log in. Titan Chads. Hey, you want to block stuff more? You probably look for the word shield, and then you get those. Anything and everything you could want to improve or fix on your build can be found and invested to, because this is Path of Exile. Hey, you want to know what an item does? Read it, or use it, and then find out. Unless it's a mirror. Okay, do not use the
don't
mirror
use
of
those.
Kalandra. Do not use the mirror of Kalandra. You will forever regret it. Okay, if there's one thing that I want you to take away from this video, it's just to log the in on December 6th and play the damn game, okay? Enjoy your first time through what may well be the game of the year in 2025. Mashallah. PGG wins that award. What's up with that, by the way? Game Awards and not having the labor of love category for the game that's free to play, yet raking in hundreds of millions of dollars from a community who is constantly, in the last decade, had their throat wide open. Anyways, you're welcome for another 8 or 9 minutes of wasted time. Hopefully enough so I can get some bed. Okay, you're welcome. Plus 8 minutes to Path of Exile 2.
There it is. Couldn't have said it better myself. So again, here's the link to that video. If you want to visit it, give it some love. Love that though. Such a great way to summarize everything about it. Yes. Listen, I'm guilty of this too. I heard PoE 2. I was like, oh yeah, that's coming out. I totally blocked out of my memory because I was trying to just not have the urge to dive fully deep into it. And I was like, oh, I should go look up a build. That was my first knee-jerk reaction, because that's what you do in PoE 1. No. Your first time. You can't do it again, right? You only get to play it for the first time once. So savor that shit. Very excited. Yeah, so anyways, tomorrow is the day. we're going to be getting in there. I'm going to start the pre-download as soon as they let me do it. Let's see what else is happening tonight. It's too late. I got 9 skill gems set up, 113 point build. Oh. I mean, that's fine. I think setting up your build when it comes to like skills and tree stuff, I mean, like that's, if you're just like looking at yourself, I feel like that's fine. Was Path of Exile? Tomorrow you'll find out. It is a critically acclaimed ARPG game that has a sequel coming out tomorrow, Path of Exile 2. Probably one of the Path of Exile 1 specifically, which is not what I'm talking about because 2 is coming out tomorrow, right? We're talking about 2. But 1 is probably one of the most interesting and complex games out there. It's got probably more depth than most games. If you've never played it before, it's really hard to like give you the full sense of what it is because it's so much. There's so much happening. There's so many systems. They all interlock in some different way. There's so many different ways to get anything done, so many different builds. You can always boil it down to, you know, follow this guide and do this thing. But ultimately, it's a game about complete freedom of choice in how you build your character, how you progress through a story after you get through the campaign or whatever, how you farm. It's like, imagine Diablo, but it's like really, 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 really good. It does look like Diablo. It's based off the same concept, but do not mistake yourself. This is not Diablo. This is what Diablo wishes it was. All right, so if you want to experience the joy, it painfully complex. Yeah, but that's the thing, man. That's the thing. We're talking about PoE 2 now. 1 is painfully complex. I'll give it to you. It is painfully complex, but they've gone to great lengths to make PoE 2 different, to make it so that you as a player can jump in. It's actually free, by the way. $30 for early access. It's free if you want to wait for it to come out. Early access is different. This works off of like a system of, you could think of it like seasons or leagues, right? Where this is going to be a separate season than the full release. This version has 6 classes you can choose and 2 ascendancies per class. So I think there's 12 in total. If I'm correct here, let's see. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so there's 12 in total. I think there's 26 more that are going to be released with the full game. So this is just like, think of this as a fucking demo for the real game. $30. Fucking dirt cheap. And those $30 that you pay, again, I'm not being fucking paid to shill for them, okay? And I'm not even shilling. This is what I believe. This is such a good system. If you pay to get the game, you can literally use that as currency. They give you free currency to use on the cosmetics and the other bullshit from the supporter pack. It's incredible. Like, they do such a good job with it. So yeah, it's really exciting. But yeah, again, this is just scratching the surface. We are only getting a small sliver of what the full picture will be. At the start of early access in Path of Exile 2, each of the 6 character classes will have 2 ascendancy classes available. To help you choose your path, we're revealing 12 ascendancies in this news post. But in total, there will be more classes once the game fully releases. A lot more classes. I was looking it up on Reddit earlier. All the different classes that they have planned for this. It's crazy. We're talking like 26 more ascendancies. They all have their own things going on. Very, very, very free game in a lot of ways. PoE 1 is really, really, really good already, and GGG is insanely committed studio. Yeah, I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, if you know, you know, right? If you know, you know. Everyone who plays PoE and has, like, has actually reached the Atlas has probably been hooked on it at least at one point, right? Because that's really the barrier of entry. Like, PoE 1 has a big barrier of entry. If you can reach the Atlas, if you can get there, you're probably hooked. You're probably like a lifetime supporter of GGG if you can get that far, okay? So really, the whole thing has been like, how do they break down that barrier so that everyone can experience how good of a game this is, not just the people who have gotten past that initial wall, right? And from watching everything that they're talking about, it seems like they might have cracked the code. I mean, shit, have y'all seen the Steam stats for this shit? It's crazy. Here, let me show you something. Let's go Steam stats. Pull this up here. Okay, look at this shit. Steam charts. Charts overview, top sellers. Let's go global. Right now, PoE 2 at the very top. This is on Steam. You can get it on Steam. You don't have to download the launcher. I think you can launch PoE like separately, but I just do it through Steam. That's how I do it. Yeah. I don't know exactly how many people have bought it because you can't see it here. All you know is that they're number one. We can't see by how much. But we'll know tomorrow. And let's all just like have a moment of silence and prayer for their servers, because I feel like the servers tomorrow are going to be... I don't know if there's anything they can do to really prepare for this, to be honest with you. If this really... If it's as big as I'm expecting it to be, I don't know if any game developer would be able to handle this launch. But we'll have to wait and see. Isn't the game also a separate launcher in Epic Games too? Yeah, there's lots of different ways to get it. You can use their launcher. I just use Steam. But obviously you can do whatever you want. I like Steam because it keeps track of stuff. Like whenever I was showing my hours on it, it doesn't have from before it was on Steam. I did play it quite a bit before it came to Steam. So like, again, I'm not like bragging a lot about this because it's actually a pretty small number, right? 1,800 hours on this, not too big compared to a lot of people. But yeah, I do like having like metrics and stuff to see information on it. But yeah, it's whew, man, I'm telling you, if you have reached the Atlas in this game, you know what I'm talking about. This is going to be so fucking sick, and I cannot wait. Oh, it's going to pop off, dude. So excited. Still playing Merc? Yeah, I'm planning to play Merc. I think it's going to be a little rough getting started. But I want to play it just because I like it. It's cool as fuck. I've always like enjoyed playing casters in PoE. That's usually what I go towards, is just casters. I want to try something different for this one, and I'm gonna Merc it up, I think. Oh, apparently there's a new game driver to get. Oh, I made this post. This is mine. The ideal way to spend the next 24 hours. Just watching the countdown. Having a bit of fun shitposting this morning. Yeah, server room at PoE 2 early access launch. I recommend, if you intend to play tomorrow, that you try to log in super early, because there is a queue. Word from the wise, okay? Someone who has started a couple leagues and actually gotten pretty good placement in those queues. The best way to get in is to literally boot it up like hours before and just keep trying to log in. I know not everyone's going to do that. Not everyone's going to have the patience for that, but I'm just saying, if you really, really need to get in there, that's the best way to do it. Just fucking knock the door down. The billionaire build? Wait, what is this? Shield wall. Gem stud can use 2 copies of the same support gem. Frost wall. Fortress. Oh, man. So the fortress and in the shield wall and the frost wall. The double layered wall. That's funny. Where is it? I'm looking for the Ascendancy post. I'm trying to find... Oh, dude, I love the MS Paint posts. They always have like these funny like MS Paint builds. Scepter. Discipline. Allies in your presence deal 118% increased damage. Increased cast speed. Level of all minion skills. Minions have increased maximum life. Ancestral Spirits. Each of your totems will summon Ancestral Spirit minion to fight for you. If the totem that's summoned, the minion dies, then the Ancestral Spirit dies too. Using the Scepter as a weapon, I guess. Yeah, I know a lot of people are excited for Mercenary. I just hope the first 20 levels aren't too bad. But it'll be fine. I'll just rush through the campaign. Okay, so early access will not have Ascendancy respec. But I guess we will have that later on. You want to see my Stormweaver skill setup? Yeah. Here, let me allow you to link it. Remember, everything that we're talking about now, it's all like theoretical. We don't know if any of the shit will work, but it's always fun to try to theory craft stuff. There you go. You can link it now. You have to tiny URL it? Okay. It's fine. Says URL not found. Oh, there it is. Arc, ball lightning, temp chains. Wait, you're actually casting temp chains? Mana remnants. Wait, conjures surging lightning that causes shock to enemies. Minions securely bind mana remnant, picking up mana. Oh, okay, that's cool. I didn't know that spell existed. Blasphemy is kind of meh. Yeah, I could see that. Warp storms. Wild Shard. Support skills have 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle. Oh, wow. +1 level, yeah. Spell Echo, more of them. Slower projectiles, faster casting, yeah. Oh, I think it has to be flipped here. I think cast on shock is the skill. Maybe that's not how it works in the game, but yeah, okay, so arc cast on shock with chain and applying penetration. Or wait, no, this just says it penetrates. Wait, hold on. What's it called? exposure. That's the one. Do you have lightning exposure in here? You might want to put it on... Oh, here it is. Okay. Orbistorm's got it. Balls clearing, swap the gem with arc for boosting. Yeah. Yeah, Fortress on Flame Wall. That's going to be sick too. I love that Fortress support. Yeah, I'm sure this will bang. The hardest thing is making builds for Mercenary because it's so weird. There's like no basis for it. There's like no... It's like really hard to try and understand it because it's so different. And there's like different mechanics for it. Mind over Manor. Gym Lane. So I think on my first guy I'm going to go Witch Hunter because it seems a little bit more straightforward. Yeah, I know. It's going to be a little rough early. The first 20 levels is probably going to be pretty rough. It's okay, though. I'm just going to rely on setting up, like, the glacial... Well, early on, I'll just struggle. But once I get the glacial shot, I'll probably just, like, lean into using that with the, whatever they're called. The shots that do, what are they called? Shit. Let's see here. Fragmentation rounds. Yeah, pairing the fragmentation rounds with the ice walls. I don't know how it's going to work with the different crossbows, though. But I want to use, like, explosive shot and explosive grenade launcher. Perhaps cluster bombs as well. The culling is what really gets me, and the fact that you can build the culling very easily with the like even more explode, because like on explosive grenade launcher you can have fiery death on it, right? Which is just, if it has ignited, it explodes, or a chance to explode. So you just need to have some sort of ignite proliferate or like wildfire to get the ignites around. I'm thinking rapid shot to apply ignite, because rapid shot also gives you heat, and heat can also be spent on the grenades. So probably using rapid shot to generate heat, sending out a bunch of grenades, and then using explosive shot to detonate them. This isn't complete. I was just playing around with different shit, so it's like half and half. I couldn't decide if I wanted to like try out the flash grenades too. There's something really cool with flash grenades you can do, which is since they blind and stun, mainly because they stun, you can use the stun to break armor, and you can use devastate. So devastate makes it so whenever you fully break the armor, it inflicts a heavy stun. Or sorry, no, it's the other way around. If you inflict a heavy stun, then it fully breaks their armor. So if you stun them with the flash grenade, it breaks the armor. The breaking of the armor causes an explosion, which is fire damage. So we can, you know, play around with this. And we can just stack the stun up with overpower and also ruthless. Have even more stun on this thing. I don't know if I'll end up using flash grenade, but just kind of thinking about this for like early game might be kind of useful. And then there is exploit weakness. I don't know if this would ever work, but a 50% more multiplier seems kind of fucking nice. And there is something else. So like on your build, I don't know if you have the extra spirit for it, but if you have the ability to like get a minion somewhere, there is a 20% more multiplier you can get from minion pact. And there is a really easy way to get minions without even having to reserve spirit. You can use Unearth. Unearth just turns corpses into minions as long as you don't explode them. I don't think I'll be able to use Unearth because I'm going to be exploding the minions, or exploding the corpses. But if you were to not explode the corpses, you could probably use Unearth to turn them into constructs, which might also be able to fix some of your mana things, or maybe even give you more mana with Essence Harvest, because they're disposable. So whenever they die, they generate mana automatically. You can also have them tank for you with Meat Shield. You can have them also live a little longer if you want. I'm not sure if I'll use this one. Probably blow up. I'll just have them blow up whenever they get low. But Basically, the idea is like if I have Unearth, if I'm able to get these minions, I could consume them as fuel with Minion Pack to just give me 20% more multiplier on my explosive grenade launcher. As long as I have them up for the grenade casts, I should be able to just get that 20% more on there. But I don't know what's better. I don't know if a 20% more is better or like a +1 skill. To be honest, I don't know how it's going to scale out. Because like it's just really... It's really hard to get a sense for it. Shock Siphon? Yeah. This Mana Remnants one is interesting, though. Each Remnant contains 9 mana. Well, leveled up obviously would be better. But that's an interesting thing. I guess there's like a lot of different ways to solve mana. I was also thinking about using Fortress too, but specifically with Glacial Bolt. Because Glacial Bolt does an Ice Wall and a V. But if you do it with the Fortress, it'll be a circle. So you could like lock in the mob and then just start using fragmentation shots to fucking blow it up. But I think probably Herald of Ash. I did Frostbomb on Cast on Ignite, but I'm not sure if I'll commit to this. I think this will mainly be for bosses. Just so they can't regen. That's really the only purpose here. There's probably something cooler I could do with Cast on Ignite if I'm doing so many Ignites. There's also, I was also thinking about like a weapon swap with the Tempest Bell. The Tempest Bell would be really cool with this. Because if I had like a weapon swap with a staff, I could use the like automatic machine gun crossbow. I could have a Tempest Bell and I could use this as a way to also like get out a shit ton of damage on bosses. But I'll probably just end up using Explosive Shot because it can detonate the grenades. Why not Hammer after your Flash Nade stun combo? Can you explode grenades with a hammer too? What's it? Hammer of the Gods? What would be the skill with it? I would really love to go into some of the nodes that what were they called again? The start for Warrior has some really fucking juicy nodes. Because if you're leaning into stun, like dude, there's so much good shit in here for stun and armor break and Avatar Fire. Oh, bro, if I could do this might actually be sick. Using a giant ass hammer with the crossbow and like basically routing over here. I don't know exactly how I'd get there because like most of the nodes I want are down at the bottom of the tree, like straight south. I think you start here as a crossbow man. It's either here or here. I think it's this one though, because it kind of looks like a crossbow, right? It's weird. They like always try to make them look kind of similar to what you're doing. You can kind of like read the tea leaves. Also in the video, I'm pretty sure they had it going down. It's either this one or this one. I don't know which one. It's one of these two. It's bottom? Okay, so it is this one. Yeah, so like projectile damage seems pretty straightforward. Grenader, definitely need to get that. Also, definitely want volatile grenades. Also, definitely want... Some of this Pierce stuff seems really good. Definitely want the repeating explosives and the reusable ammunition. Those two seem really, really important. Cola Herds, also just like making Calling Strike better. Seems pretty good. Can you go to the top and export your build? Yeah. This is not a full build. I only have 81 points in it, and I kind of want to get some of the speed nodes, but I don't really know how to do that. Was it persistent save? New tree. How do I export this? Export tree. Here we go. Oh, it hit the text limit. Hold on. Maybe I can... How do I do this? Oh, it's not that big of a message. Hold on. This work. I used to use pastebin for this kind of shit, but now it's gone. What about paste code IO? Maybe this is it. Oops. There. And then here's the website. But yeah, I don't know if anything else can make the grenades blow up early. I know explosive shot can. Detonate. Let's see if anything says detonate. Detonating arrow. Firing off a burning arrow. The arrow will detonate impact. Detonate on impact at maximum charge, causing explosion in the area. Does this blow up grenades? Detonate dead. Skeletal arsonist. I was thinking about running the skeletal arsonist too. He seems kind of cool. I don't know if you can detonate the grenades with anything other than an explosive shot. I think the explosive shot might be the only way to do it early. If there was a way to detonate the grenades with a fucking hammer though. Anything with a detonator tag? Oh, really? Skeletal art. Well, no, hold on. Detonator tag just means, like, it can mean a lot of things, right? Arsonist can detonate other minions on command. I wonder if he can detonate the grenade on command. That'd be really cool. Dude, I feel like GGG would do that, though. I feel like they would actually do that. Maybe the skeletal arsonist can detonate my grenade. And I just have to give him the command. Do I know what perfect opportunity actually does? Wait, which one? Damage with hits is lucky against heavily stuns. Oh, this sounds insane. I think I want this. It's also stun build up. Damage with hits is lucky against heavily stunned enemies. I want to do heavily stunned. Some of this shit's really good over here. That's why I was thinking of like trying to dip into the armor break and the warrior shit, because stun and armor break seem like they could be really fun to add into this thing. Or like route this way and then maybe continue along the path. If there was like some fucking way that I could get all the way over to this. Oh, it's just advantage? Is that what it means? Roll damage twice and use a higher number. So it's just rolling with advantage. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to keep it pretty minimal, but like I think what I want to eventually do is try and nab our Avatar of Fire. If I can get Avatar of Fire, dude, I think this thing is going to go off. Like, holy shit, the grenades. I feel like that's going to pop off. And there's so much good shit over here too. It's just like getting there is really hard, right? So if I'm making the trek over there, I need to figure out like what else I'd want in that area. This is where it's tough though, right? Because you just if you're going for all this like ammunition stuff and grenade stuff, I feel like you have to heavily invest in this. But one thing that's interesting is if you go into Weapon Master, you get 20 points that you could swap, right? So there is a world where those 20 points I swap are all points that have to do with the grenades. And then maybe the points I'm swapping in are for hammer shit. It could either be a quarterstaff or it could be a hammer. Yeah, there are a bunch of jewel sockets. That's like kind of in-game though, but yeah. I do like that there's like these highways, right? Because like right here is not a great example, but yeah, you can kind of trek down this guy and then grab these. These are really nice. I think I have this one over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, it's one cheaper and you get a socket. There's also other stuff over here that might be better. If I were to drop all these stun buildup ones and stun opportunity, maybe drop clear space. I probably don't need that. Free up some points there. I might be able to take this little highway over. That brings me pretty close. And then I'd have access to armor is life is armor. I don't know how good that is. But I'm sure that one of these is probably good. I could see evasion. I don't know what the uniques are, but maybe something with iron reflexes. There might be a way to make that work with this build. I have a really fucking tanky man. Warcry too. Dude, it may actually be kind of cool to run a Warcry as this as well. I wonder, what are all the Warcries? Let me see. Yeah, I want to be fucking going crazy on the strength too. There is another way to take it, right? Like if I took the gym lane path, right? I could stack strength. I could just go all in on strength if I went gym lane. Because I could take adaptive capacity. And I could take enhanced effectiveness, right? Both of these together. Fucking crazy. Attribute requirements of gyms can be satisfied by your highest attribute. Just like have strength scale everything. Inherent bonus from strength doubled. Right? Just make a beefy boy. I do feel like I kind of want this one though, number 2. So yeah, I'm not sure how much of this I could get. It's 2 points on the first one, 2 points on the second one, and then I would only be able to pick up the quality on gems. Yeah, gym studded is also insane. It's really tough with these. Integrated efficiency also is really nice. Like this pathing is really great at the start here. And then you could go adaptive capacity and you'd be done at that point. But yeah. Also, if you're playing hardcore, the thaumaturgical infusion, probably pretty good. Yeah, let's see. What are the war cries? Infernal Cry, Seismic Cry. Performs a war cry, taunting, knocking back enemies. If heavily stunned enemy is hit, your next slam does additional aftershock. Okay. Probably not using slam, but we'll see. Performs a war cry, taunting nearby enemies to attack the user and empower subsequent attacks. Consumes all endurance charges to empower additional attacks enemies in the war cry's area. Stabilize and combust on death. That seems really cool. I think there's more. These are just the ones this tool has. I know this tool is like not really up to date. Is there a better place to look for this stuff? Yeah, yeah, there is fire pin as well. Yeah, there's so much good shit over there, man. There's so much good shit over here. Yeah. There's also fire pin up here as well. Or ignite. There's a bunch of stuff up here that I would probably... I think one of these I would probably pick up with the oil or like whatever the new was it simulacrum? Probably breath of fire here. There's another one too, explosive impact. This one seemed pretty cool. Is the ignite effectiveness what you need as well? Perhaps, I don't know. But yeah, so this one's cold nature, increased cold damage, increased chill. This one's probably shock, and this one's probably fire. So it's probably this one right here. And then this is just +1 to all resistance, so this is just nice. Bottom left wheel. Talk about this guy? No. Or are you talking about this one? Urgent call. Onslaught. More damage against heavily stunned. Oh, yeah. We don't know what these nodes are, but yeah, it's going to be ignite. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is for sure going to be something about ignite effectiveness or something, so that seems like pretty nice to pick up. Recover 3% life and mana when you use a Warcry. Increase Warcry speed. Increase Warcry cooldown reduction rate. The cooldown of Seismic Cry is only 0.8 seconds. 27 mana. Deals physical damage, knocks enemies back. Increase knockback. More stun buildup. Hits ignore enemies. Physical damage reduction. Exerts 1... Oh, this is if you're using Slam, though. I don't think I'll use Slam. It'll probably be Infernal Cry if I did a Warcry. It is, like, pretty cheap to pick it up, though, if I want to. Just 4 nodes, I guess. Another socket here. Avatar fire, boom. Go into the fire node. I don't know what all this is, but let's just assume it's fire. Good shit, right? Might be able to just go off and grab that like this. There might be a better path. I don't know. But I like the idea of Avatar Fire for sure. Yeah, it's probably better to just stick with something normal. That's like a lofty goal for like the future. For the time being, I don't think I'm gonna do anything crazy like this. I'll probably just stick with like, you know, the basic stuff. It's like projectiles. There's like other projectile shit in here I could get. Yeah, anything that really says projectile or armor is probably good for me to pick up. There's like a lot of projectile stuff. Death from afar, stand deliver. Projectile damage. Projectiles have a chance for an additional projectile when forking. I don't think I forked though, so it's probably fine. Yeah, lots of increased projectile damage all around. There's a lot of good shit in here. Probably grab that guy too. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, this is, yeah, it's too early to say. But it is fun to think about for sure. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we don't know shit. So we just gotta wait and see. But I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up for today. Streaming for a while, super hyped. Can't wait for more. Will it struggle with accuracy? I don't know. We can always take resolute techniques. It's all good. I would have to. There is other stuff I could scale without having crit. So like, if I were to drop the crit, I could probably. There's a support I was looking at before, where I was like, that seems pretty good. Where I would no longer be able to crit. But it seemed pretty nice. Yeah, control destruction. Support skills deal 40% more spell damage with hits, cannot crit. Yeah, we'll see. Anyways, that's going to be it for today. We'll be back again tomorrow. Can't fucking wait. It's going to be hype. Hopefully I see y'all there. Can't wait to explore Waycrest and get in there and enjoy Mercenary. Probably going to start Mercenary. Might start Sorceress. Might start Witch. Don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Right now I'm leaning towards Mercenary, but could change. Anyways, that's it for today. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.